All county offices will be closed on Thursday, July 4th in observance of the 4th of July holiday. All county offices will reopen on Friday, July 5th, 2019.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Thursday, June 20th, 2019. Commissioners Court is meeting in special open session. Item number 2 from the regular agenda. Receive a presentation from the Public Works Department Infrastructure Division on the proposed county stormwater mitigation program.
Excuse me. Thank you, Judge. Yes, sir.
Just I have a medical appointment in Phoenix tomorrow, and in anticipation of certain absences, I made it a point to change my travel plan so I could be here so we could have quorum. But no later than 2 o'clock, I have got to leave. If we can get those matters that we feel that the court feels are more critical than others, Judge, I apologize, but I already changed my plans and I can't make it any later than that.
Now, Carl, are we expecting Mr. Robinson?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you for that info.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Fernie Adondes with the Public Works Department. Today we're presenting this item, which is our stormwater mitigation program, the proposed projects for 2019. A little bit of a background. As you know, we do have 54 identified projects in our 2010 master plan that was established by URS, and which has a present day value of almost half $500 million of projects that we need to do. We're also in the midst of doing another study which incorporates East Montana, and we're anticipating another probable 10 projects that might come out of this that'll rank high in their priority. I know some of those areas are little nuisance areas, but we kind of foresee that at least 10 will come out of there. And then we're also waiting on the grant applications that we submitted to the Texas Hazard Mitigation Grant Program this past year, and we should be getting something, I guess a response from them by June. So that we're anticipating that if any of those grants do come in, we're able to utilize that money to be able to proceed with some of the projects that we've
Fernie, I'm sorry, did you say that we're expecting the response by June this month?
Yes, sir, by the end of this month.
Okay.
We've been in communication with Council of Governments weekly just to get a status update, and they're calling them actually this morning again.
Good. Thank you.
So what are we proposing for the 2019 projects? We've selected 3 projects throughout the entire county. We have one, which is the Bailey subdivision detention pond located in Canutillo. The Celeste Drainage Project, which is located in El Paso Hills, just east of Horizon. And then we have the Tornillo Detention Pond Project, which is located out in, Tornillo itself. You ask why we selected these? Well, we kind of went through our criteria, and we said, let's utilize the projects that have already been prioritized in the 2010 master plan. So that was basically, we took those projects off the list. We selected which ones required the most repetitive responses from the infrastructure services staff, which is our road and bridge department. And we also took into evaluation to have the less environmental impacts. By less environmental impacts, this means that this is property that already belongs to the county, so we wouldn't have to go through a full environmental assessment to clear the right-of-way. And then we wouldn't have to go through a lot of the procedures that we'd have to go through if it was land acquisition or if there was any type of mitigation that we have to do in order to acquire the property. And then lastly, we also implemented which properties are owned by the county. And based on these 4 evaluation criteria, we came up with the list of the 3 following that you see here, which is, of course, the Bailey, Celeste, and Tornillo. First off, we have the Bailey subdivision detention pond. This detention pond, or this project, has 2 conversions of 2 arroyo flow paths that's located in Canutillo. They both travel underneath I-10, and they converge here on Anthony Street, Vinton Street, and by 7th Street. This project has been in the books for a while with the county, because we've already done a couple of projects back in the early 2000s where we did a channelization along some of these empty county right-of-way roadway easements. And so we do have a channelization that runs parallel to Vinton Avenue. and then it crosses underneath 7th Street, right by the little diner there. And then it daylights right before you see the larger red box there, which is a county right-of-way, the property that was donated back in the early 2000s to the county, and with the intent of putting a retention pond in there. Recently, in the last year, we did acquire the parcel that's immediately south of the Bailey subdivision. This was donated to the county as part of the subdivision process that was done when it was submitted for the actual project. The land donation that they did provide for us also goes all the way to Donovan, which is not exhibited here on this slide, just because it's outside of what we're going to be proposing to do on the project. Basically, what we're proposing to do is do a series of step detention ponds. So as you can see, once the stormwater goes underneath 7th Street and comes out on the channel right there south of the little diner, it'll enter into the primary detention pond and then do a tier step into these 3 detention ponds, lower detention ponds, in order to create, to detain the water, slow down the velocity, and reduce a lot of the silt and material that gets deposited along Donovan. This area has become a lot of a maintenance priority for the Canutillo area, just because of all the sediment that gets transported down these arroyos and gets deposited at the culvert crossing on Donovan. Typically, we have never really maintained a lot of this arroyo because it never belonged to the county as you get closer towards Donovan. But now with the donation that was given to us, now all the right-of-way does go all the way to Donovan. So in the last couple of, in the recent history, we've had to go out there and excavate about between 4 to 6 feet of silt that's been deposited along the right-of-way of TxDOT. And this is kind of a recurring issue with TxDOT, that they require us to go out there and clean it up in order to maintain that, because if we don't, then that culvert crossing gets clogged up, and then everything starts to overflow onto Donovan, which is a major nightmare for them and also for us, as we're having to go out there and clean that up. Basically, these 4 series of ponds would eliminate a lot of the initial cleaning that we'd have to do out there along Donovan, which is a congested area and very little right-of-way to work on. By us creating these ponds, we'd be able to do a lot of the maintenance, which is offline, being able to do a lot of the heavy lifting, a lot of the removal of the silt outside of the path of the public.
Just real quick before you move on, Freddie.
Yes.
Recently, when I went out to Vinton and spoke to Mayor Leals, he brought up the maintenance of the arroyos as an issue, that they're maintaining theirs, and that they're asking the county to step up our level of this maintenance as well, that it's creating an issue for them as well.
And if I might add, when we have the storms, it comes from way east all the way through the neighborhoods, so it affects the residents there. It comes down to Donovan, it affects TxDOT, and it affects us, and the time that we spent there cleaning out the area before we can move anywhere else.
The channels, it washes over because they get clogged up so fast. It just washes over, and there's always silt on the road in those areas.
Fernie, a quick question. The
Yes,
water, as it transfers from the one reservoir to another, is it underground or above ground?
It'll be a series, so we'll have to keep a pipe crossing to do the low flows capability, but then we'll also have a overspill structure, which if it ever becomes overwhelmed, they'll be able to spill into the other one. So it'll be a combination of both.
Thank you.
The water will be surface though, but the piping is below ground.
Yes.
The ponds will be surface level ponds.
And then I guess I kind of laid out the basic milestones that we have here on the left, which is one, to obtain a consultant, obtain the permits, because this is a established arroyo, so we'd have to go through FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers to be able to do this project. Prepare construction documents, select or go out to bid, select our contractor, and construct the project. The next project that we have selected is Celeste Drainage Project, located in El Paso Hills. This is just east of Horizon City here. As you can see, this is a convergence of 3 arroyo streams that happen just to the upstream of our Celeste roadway. A little bit of history on Celeste. This is part of the El Paso Hills subdivision. Unfortunately, this is the only main roadway that connects what you see as the east portion of the El Paso Hills versus the west portion. Everything to the east of this crossing, there's about almost 300 residents that live in that subdivision, but this is the only crossing that allows them to have access to I-10 and basically anywhere out of their houses there. So this roadway is very critical because it is a major infrastructure for us. It does convey all the utilities, which is water, electric, gas, and all communications through there. And then in addition to that, there's also a transmission line that goes from those tanks there all the way to the colonias. So that affects another 300 residents that live off of Darrington in that area up there. What the plan of this project is to fortify the actual roadway. Through the years, we've been experiencing a lot of erosion and a lot of degradation on the south side of the roadway, just because of the water coming through these existing 60-inch corrugated metal pipes that are intended to be crossing the flow of the arroyo there. Originally, there used to be a earthen dam that was constructed just upstream of the roadway. However, through the years, because it is private property and there's been a lack of maintenance, that dam has deteriorated and basically acts as a siphon in order to channelize everything into our roadway. So what we'll be proposing is to come in here and fortify the upstream and downstream side of the roadway in order to protect the county's asset of the roadway and ensure the passage of the residents, and then extending the spillway structure just to the south of the pipes in order to allow for proper drainage without erosion at that point. The same as the other project, we have the same milestones, which is to go out and select a consultant, obtain the permits, prepare the construction documents, bid out the project, and actually full execution.
In talking about projects, Fernie and I went through these projects, several projects, multiple times, and we talked about how this project is critical. If the residents in the area were to lose this bridge or this road, they would have no way of getting in and out to their homes. And like Fernie mentioned earlier, there's about 300 homes that would be affected. So we kept going, which one's more critical? All of them are critical, but I think this is really important that we address as soon as possible.
And we had an incident, right, when you took me there on the tour, there had been an incident before where you couldn't reach the neighbors.
Yes.
Yes, sir. And I guess just to give you kind of like a background, that's that one where, you can see all that erosion that had undermined the existing outflow of the pipes by about 4 to 6 feet. Yeah. So it's been a lot of erosion that's happened in this area. And so we're kind of looking to make this one of our priorities so we don't jeopardize the structural integrity of the road. And then the next project that we have identified is the Tornillo Detention Pond project. This one is a little bit of an awkward problem because it's been the convergence of 3 arroyos. What you see here, the blue area is the flow paths that were designated by FEMA. Unfortunately, those flow paths no longer exist in their current state. With the construction of the Tornillo High School and all that project in there, the county in conjunction with Tornillo established our tire dam at that location. So basically what we did is we channelized the northern portion of that arroyo up there on the planned east side. And so we went ahead and channelized it and created a desilting basin just upstream of the residents there. However, when that basin, and it's not really a basin, it's more like an earthen berm. So once that overfills, it actually diverts the water into this flow path where you see the circle there. And so it does alleviate some of the the concerns of the residents in the flood zone to the left of that circle. But now, basically, because of that, we're altering that flow path. We've kind of made the other path a little bit more critical. What we're proposing to do is the county owns this parcel here, and we're planning to do a retention pond as well in order to be able to collect all the water, slow it down, remove all of the silt and debris, and then release it down into the existing county roadways that we have there, and let it flow back down into the south into the natural location out there. The same with this project. We're also talking about the milestones of obtaining a consultant, getting permits, preparing construction documents, and actually fully executing the project. So, in conclusion, basically the three projects that we see that we have selected were based on the criteria that we identified. We've done a construction estimate cost of $3.25 million to do the three projects, with an estimated design fee of $500,000. The timelines that we're looking at is, and these are real general timelines. For solicitation to go to get our firm is about 5 months. The design process, 6 to 9 month process. Permitting phase would be 3 to 6 months. The soliciting for a contractor about 5 months, and then the construction phase we are anticipating about a year to fully do the all three projects, and then the close of the project. So the next steps is we'd like to go forward with the recommended projects that we have selected here, and ask that the court allow us to use the stormwater fund that was established to fund these projects and to go forward to fully construct this project.
Question. From our conversations with El Paso Water, I mean, one of the biggest expenses of these things is the maintenance costs that they incur with these types of construction projects. Are we factoring that in over the long term? And I mean, how are we going to sustain, the high maintenance costs that come with these projects? Are we going to dip into the stormwater fund for that?
So as far as drainage maintenance?
Well, we've kind of looked at that, and we kind of see right now that would be beneficial because all the maintenance that we do right now on these projects are within residential areas or heavy roadway areas. So that maintenance cost actually has caused us a little bit of a spike in actual maintenance costs because we have to have traffic control, a lot of the specialized signalization, and especially like on Donovan where we have to have traffic attenuators in order to have our work crew right along the right of way there of Texas. So, by creating these ponds, we're able to remove the hazards of and the necessity of all the additional equipment that's needed to work along the right of way and put it off-site, and so we're not really that close to the residents. And by having these facilities, we're able to do the bulk of the project as it comes along, and then come back and do minor grading along the at a later time. But as far as for dollar-wise, we kind of see it as a wash right now because of all the maintenance that we actually do at this point.
But I'm saying that like over time, the amount of silt and debris that you all are going to have to clean up on a regular basis is going to be quite costly.
Yes.
And I mean that's what stormwater projects. I mean, that's what
So
they are.
I would say, Commissioner, we would until we back to Fernie's first slide about the over $500 million in infrastructure project costs for countywide necessary. I would say that we should not use the funding that the court has committed to helping the infrastructure, because it will take us, at the rate we're going, over 100 years to be able to pay for this.
Yeah.
And I mean, even if we get partners, and of course, with time, the cost, the longer it takes us to complete the project, the cost is going to continue to escalate. So I would say, well, we do believe initially there will be some savings from not having, staff will now have a confined area to clean up, as far versus right now it's further spread out, and we're dealing a lot with like active roadways, etc. However, I do think in the long term, we need to be more proactive and have a more dedicated crew for maintenance, infrastructure maintenance, this particular infrastructure. So over time, we will see additional cost to maintain this, but it's to keep us from being down the road and needing another $500 million to replace this over time because we didn't maintain it.
No, and over time, you continue to offset because now you're going to use something very different, and I'm hoping that the ways it's built, that's going to facilitate less debris that gets clogged up and so forth. But so I think this sounds like a really good plan for sort of prevention more so than that's what's happening.
And really the idea is, I mean, we've been out there and you all more than I have even seen the impact to the homeowners, that they're having to continually spend their money on fixing what has been destroyed. And realistically, it's an economic impact to them not have to spend their money to continually repaint, repair drywall, for example, in their homes, or us having to spend money on roads that have been tore up. But there's an economic element to this that it gives them more spendable funds to replenish our economy.
Fernie, and any partnership yet with Texas A&M? You know, they came here, spoke to us quite a bit about how they could participate in some of these sort of beautifying, making trails kind of thing, but to divert some of the issues. Has there been a discussion with them?
And so what we're hoping and doing with this, Judge, is looking at partnerships once these studies are completed and we get information back on the grants that we applied for. That way, we're hoping to bring back to the court a master plan, a stormwater master plan, late this year, early next year, once we know what we have to deal with. And then start looking at partnerships, but having a master plan on what we're going to do.
Yeah, it makes sense because the discussion I had with them, it's like they would be better telling them this is what we would like you to do because this is what we're doing versus because they were sort of waiting to see what we wanted to do, not so much what they would like to do. So I think that you're right. It's, once you understand what you have, then maybe some of the partnerships would. I just didn't want them to be doing something that would not offset, but that you'd sort of either duplicate or go in different directions because I know they were very, very excited and ambitious about, and they've talked to the Paso Foundation, and so they have plans with them just so that we know what they're thinking versus what we're thinking, and they can be integrated into the plan.
And so we don't want to wait any longer, put these projects and wait on other things that are happening. I think the funding is there. Why not move forward and execute at least some of these that are critical? All of them are going to be critical as we bring them forth. But I think if you look at the one in Celeste, I'm concerned about that. So I think if the court would authorize us to move forward and use some of the funding that exists, and then come back as soon as we have the project completed on the East Montana, and see how we do on the grants, and then provide you a master plan so that we have something for next year.
Celeste is more of a public safety, a combination of
It is.
Commissioner Leon.
Just to follow up on what you just said, Norma. Wally, how much do we have as we speak in that fund?
There's $7,251,000. Of that 7.2, I'll bring one thing up with that, is we've got 2.687 right now. If we were to be awarded the entire $10 million grant on mitigation, 2.87 will need to cover our 25% match
That's 2.87.
of the 7.2.
But we have in the account right now as we speak,
We have budget.
7.2.
Yes, sir, 7,251,000.
Okay, and that does not take into account this budget season.
Right. This next.
Not 2020, correct.
Right. And you will remember that on Monday, we also discussed a program that was approximately a very high amount that we talked about. I think it was 700.
701,000.
700. That we would work on partnering with Vinton But I will tell you also, that's just on that, the study with, for that, with the Army Corps of Engineers. But that one, you know, I don't know what Benton will come to the table with, but I think Benton's entire budget's like $1 million. So I don't see them coming up with half of it. I mean, we were optimistic when we said, let's see if we can go get them to get half. But that would also be an impact. We would identify this funding source. If, you know, so that's another area where if we do continue to pursue that project, that would also be out of this funding source.
Between the three projects, the grant match fund, this item in entirety, that's pretty darn close to the $7 million number we have now. We would add to appropriations next year.
One of the outcomes of getting together on a monthly basis, or we try every other month, is that they're now seeking their own grants for their own areas, which is before they were sort of waiting for the county to see what we were going to do. And I think they've become more assertive in saying, for Benton, for example, what can we get, but that can also help us with some of our costs.
And if you look at this particular project, the Bailey project, I mean, Benton, it's in Benton.
Yeah.
It's, you know, that's our,
It affects all areas in that, yeah.
Right.
UCD.
Right, that's
You just meet, you know.
our annex, Benton, right there in the
Yeah,
upper,
Benton's a little bit up.
on the
But they're
right.
affected because of Donovan. So every time that it does overflow, TxDOT shuts down Donovan right at this location in order to alleviate. And you know, in talking to TxDOT, they usually spend about they say about 20 to 24 hours to actually clean out this area because of all the debris and stuff that gets clogged or deposited onto Donovan.
So they should gain as well, right? I mean,
yeah.
Yes, sir.
I was going to say, you know, if I know we have another debt item that we're going to be considering later on, but I mean, I think to Betsy's point, if we're going to be realistic about making a dent in these types of problems, I think we're going to have to seriously consider, you know, some sort of debt issuance for these projects. Bexar County, Travis County had debt issuances north of $500 million to address stormwater in their community. I mean, the good thing is, I mean, the city of El Paso has, you know, a lot of the portions here, but if we have $500 million in projects, and that was back in 2010, I think that's the only way that we're going to, you know, adequately address. And so, you know, as part of the planning process, you know, I think that's something that we're going to have to identify, at least perhaps looking at the most critical projects and seeing if a debt issuance might be appropriate. But I just don't see any other way. I mean, the $4 million I think was intended to be a start, and I think that's what it's done. It's, you know, it's gotten a few projects off the ground, but these projects are just so large. You know, I can't see how, you know, we're going to get by without some sort of debt issuance.
And these projects are in areas where there is, you know, like again, using this one that's on the screen, if you look at the neighborhoods and how many people are impacted, also part of the discussion that was held on Monday is about that area between Donovan and the river area, the flooding that occurs there. And so many of these projects really we need to do the cost benefit analysis. These, I believe, show that there is a significant impact to a large number of residents and future developments. But in the future, we're also going to have to look at having funding available when we do those cost benefit analysis to look at potential property purchasing.
Commissioner Pettis, does the MPO actually, do they look at these kinds of projects, or is that completely outside their? You would think, right? I mean, it hurts her, eventually gets into their own areas and destroys some of what they're doing. So
Whenever they do road construction projects, I mean, there is a flood mitigation component. But like take I-10, for example, I mean, from my understanding, TxDOT regulations allow for a pass-through. So that's why you see these culverts on I-10, essentially, I think, kind of what y'all were showing, where if they're building a road over an arroyo, I mean, most of it just passes through, and they don't really do much in terms of retention.
So with the court's authorization, we'd like to take this item through a regular agenda, I mean, regular or consent, whatever the court wishes, for approval, so that we can move forward with these 3 projects that we have identified.
You can't do it today. We'd like to put it on for a Monday, so we overviewed it with you today. But I do believe that it warrants for public, for the public's information. It's a large spend.
Okay.
So that we do the presentation again on a Monday.
Sure.
So the public hears what the projects are. That's another part of this, is I think it's really important that the public knows that these projects are underway.
And that
because
the
they're
full
not-
court is here too.
Absolutely, and that because the public's not, they continue to look for us as to what we're doing. They're not gonna see these projects being materialized for over 18 months, because by the time we bid it, design it, then rebid the construction itself, we're 18 months down the road, and we'll be through at least one more monsoon season. And they'll be looking to us to say, what are you doing?
I agree. So it'll be on the agenda on Monday?
So we'll bring it, yes, we'll place it on the agenda.
Thank you.
I don't know if it'll be on this coming Monday or the following Monday, because
following?
it's Thursday and my team is here all day. So probably the following Monday?
For July the 1st then. We'll have it on the agenda for July the 1st. Any other questions we can answer?
No.
Thank you.
Fernie?
Thank you so
Norma,
much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fernie and Norma.
Item number 3, pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code Section 114.023, 114.024, 114.025, and 114.026, please accept the attached presentation and the interim financial report for the month ended May 31st, 2019. The interim financial report is located on the internet at http://epcounty.com/auditor/publications/monthly reports.htm.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Jim Utterback. Good morning. Financial Reporting, County Auditor's Office. As our executive summary here is, we show revenues for May of $20 million, all funds. Expenditures $31 million. Year to date, we have $304 million in revenues compared to $245 million in expenses. As you can see now, we're into a process where we're spending more money than we are getting in, because we've received most of our property tax revenues. General fund, we've received in revenue $15 million for May and expended $20 million. Year to date, we've expended for general fund is $171 million, and we have received in is $234 million. Our condensed financial report that is published in the newspaper, and that was published this last weekend. Revenues. Again, here is just a quick overview. Is $15 million in revenues that we received in general fund. Total revenues we received is $20 million. Breakdown of the general fund revenues. Property taxes compared to, and this compares current year to the prior year. So we have received $10 million over prior year in property taxes. We also have received $1.2 million in sales tax and $216 over motor vehicle sales and use tax. Areas where we are down are on charges for services by $2.5 million. And again, that is lag on the timing issue with the federal prisoner. Also, our billings have been averaging down about $254,000 per month on federal billings.
The increase on the property tax, was that
That's because of increased property value.
The value's just.
Yeah.
And new growth.
And new
Well, I
growth,
thought there
new
was so
construction
minimal.
increased.
It looks like a nice chunk.
This last year, this is based on, this year's, it was a good chunk.
Right up, just under 5% now.
There's just been a lot of people
There's
talking
a
about
lot
that
of
they're
new
happy
construction.
and that the valuations were not.
I mean, we still lag behind when you look at residential versus industrial. There's still a big difference on that.
Within the city, they had only 1% growth. But since our jurisdiction extends outside the east, especially east is where all the, in the far west is where a lot of the new construction is. We reap all that property value that the city doesn't benefit from.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And this compares it to our budget we've received on property taxes. About 9% of our budget estimate. Sales tax was motor vehicle. We've received 99% there. We have received 62% of our budgeted sales and use tax. Other financing sources, another high one we have, where we have received 98% of our budgeted amount. And interest, we have received 72% of what we have budgeted. Are there any questions on this? This just is a breakdown of our revenue. Is comparing it to all the different years. As you can see on all revenue, line in the 84%, 85% from 17 through 19. Property taxes, at the same time, our range is within 97 to 99%, with this year being our highest collection percentage at this time. And sales and use tax is, again, this year is our highest collection percentage. Expenditures is general fund. We've expended 20 million. Entity-wide, we have 31 million for the month. This gives you a breakdown of a comparison of our budget of our expenditures compared to the prior year. As you can see, we're ranked slightly above last year on bars. We're about the same, with March being our big expense month so far.
And that's mainly because we had extra payroll, right?
Yeah, that's an extra payroll that we have in that month.
Which will occur, I think, in August.
In August, we will have another one. This is a breakdown of what our expenditures are compared to the prior year. Personnel expenditures are up by 4.6 million. And that's mainly due to COLAs, steps, regrades, reclassifications, and new hires. Operating expenditures are up by 2.5 million compared to the prior year. Capital outlays is...
Excuse me, Commissioner Robinson has a question, please.
Yes, sir.
Just a quick question. You said that extra payroll, additional payroll?
Yes, because we have 26 pay periods within the year.
Oh, okay.
You get paid every 2 weeks.
Right.
And it just so happens March is where that one fell this year.
Typically, there's 2 fiscal months during the year where there's 3 pay periods. And it moves based on.
Oh, okay.
But it's a normal payroll.
There's not anything added.
It just happened that they fell 3 in
the cycle.
March, and there'll be 3 falling in August also. It just makes that monthly expense go up higher.
Thank you.
And I think like once every 12 or 7 years, we end up with one fiscal year that has.
It's every 11 years.
Yeah, a third time.
And nobody gets
that
paid
happens.
extra, it's just the way it's spread.
Right, it's just the way they fall.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, transfers out, we're actually down on that one by $464,000. At this time is we have expended 53.95%. We have 46% of the budget remaining. We're 2/3 of the way through our fiscal year.
I'm sorry, I always forget what transfers out are.
Transfers are out are when we're transferring funds from one fund to another fund.
The
So-
big amount is typically the CIP 1 penny, that's a transfer up to the
Oh, I
capital
see.
fund,
Okay.
and the rest are grant matches.
And then this is a breakdown of our year-to-date expenditures by compared to the budget. As you can see, general government, we're running at 44%. Administration and justice, we're running at 58%. Public safety at 61%. All of them are running below our year average, which is our year we've have 66% of the year is expired. So we're doing pretty good there because we're at 53%.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
We're basically under budget in
We're under
all
budget
areas,
in
because
all
we're
areas
66.
because the year is 66% expired, and we are under that at 53% for all
And
funds.
how does that compare to last year?
Compared to last year, we're running about the same.
About the same.
Yes.
Thank you.
So this is the breakdown of your general fund on the 53.95% expenditures. Public safety makes up your biggest percent at 45%. Administration justice 25%, general government is 23%. And all other functions are 5%. The detail for the general government function of that, 4 departments make up 57% of the expenditures. That is information technology, general government, auditor, and district clerk. Administration of justice, 3 departments make up 52% of the expenditures there, which is the district attorney, county attorney, and public defender. Public safety is, the majority of that is the sheriff's department. We have sheriff with the downtown detention and the annex being 31% and 34% respectively, and all other functions making up the rest of it. All of the other functions, this is a breakdown of those, and they are distributed between culture and recreation, health and welfare, and rural development, and public works.
Excuse, on the examiner, the 2 prices made up the percentage?
18%?
This is 18% of 5%.
Yeah.
But it's still one of the bigger ones? What drives that?
Well, we have 3 doctors. It's 3 doctors that are highly paid. And the court specifically invested, our cost per capita for medical examiner is still one of the most reasonable in the state. But we were extremely underfunded, and the court several years back, about 9 years ago, made a significant investment so that we could work towards getting our name certification and having a reputable operating medical examiner's office. The majority of that is the total dollar of the medical examiners is probably about 1.8 million, 2 million,
Yeah, it's,
maybe a little over 2 million.
And we don't share any costs with the city at all,
No,
no.
but they
It's a
utilize,
it's a county
but
function,
they
statutory.
utilize the,
Yes.
should we look at that as far as,
So statutorily, it's a county statute required function.
but we can be reimbursed at all for,
Not that
I mean, it's bigger than Escada, if you think about it, I mean, it's,
Not that I'm aware of. And I would say too, I need to go through this, but when you say it's bigger than Escalante, I don't know that that's all of Escalante's cost.
He's showing.
Now that we
Escalante
divvy it
part
up?
Only, I don't know.
The maintenance
Yeah,
and the operating.
that should be all for Scarlet Park.
Yeah, and you're adding the golf course.
It's
They're
golf at
separate.
12%. So we look at Escalante
no, just,
proper.
But-
we could look into what, cause you know, they constantly sort of drive this idea that they sort of carry us kind of thing, you know. I would like to look
We
at not
actually-
only this one, but others.
So we actually did an internal analysis on what percentage of the use of our courts is used by the city of El Paso. And it's significant.
Well, there's no.
So
doubt.
the back to the big cost, when you look at the administration of justice, if we were looking at who we provide that service for, the high degree is to city of El Paso residents.
Think of the,
And if you
our
look at
jail,
our,
I mean, what percentage of the police department versus ours is so minimal compared to theirs. The use from the police department versus our sheriffs is just unbelievable,
Yes, sir.
well,
unbalanced.
Yes,
that's,
sir.
you have 90% of your population living within the city of El Paso. And this year we've had a higher crime rate, more fatalities, more murders than prior years. That's also,
I just think we need to sit at the table a little bit on those things and
Yes, sir.
sort of rebalance, reset. So I think things have shifted.
Okay.
I mean, the mayor tells me, remember that our population, your constituents are mostly in the city, but that also impacts what we do
Our
in the county.
services, yes, sir.
Yeah, Judge, and also the fact that we have also look at the unemployment mandate that we have, is what that we have compared to what the city has, which was a big chunk of money that we spent out of our budget for the unfunded mandate, and we don't get any reimbursement for it. So I think what we need to do is for next legislative session, make that a priority as far as that we pursue the avenue that we can to get the unfunded mandate paid for. Well, some of it money anyway.
That total ME budget is just under $2.8 million. 2.8 million, and of that 2.8, about 2.3 is personnel and fringe. About $500,000 worth of operating, well, most of which is contract services for transportation of deceased.
It's not a common where a medical examiner is the highest paid county employee typically in all counties.
Okay. I was just gonna ask you, as we're going to, in the budget, and maybe they're in the numbers and I just didn't catch them, is, you know, the judiciary side is saying they wanna know the difference between our growth and their percentage and our percentage. Yesterday in a meeting, the sheriff wants to know, not the sheriff, but in trying to understand things, the percentage between our growth and the county growth. Is there a way we could separate, this is judiciary, this is what their increases are, and this is the sheriff's versus the county?
The county's growth and break it down by the components of the various functions,
like
and how the
percentages.
functions are growing in comparison to the overall.
Yeah, because
But I would say we need to dive into that when we do it, because for example, we have moved cost from certain departments to other areas. So it's not simply, for example, we moved a large cost from sheriff's office over to county CJC. But so the function, no one got new function or new personnel. We just moved it from one to another. So they would look like they'd have a decrease, but we may have added positions to them, so they may have actually had an increase.
Yeah, no,
that year.
precisely, that's what I want to be able to do, because their perception at this time is that we as a county, our functions are growing, we're getting more people, et cetera, and that theirs is either stable or growing very little. And I just want to be able to defend it however that is, even by explaining, look, this happened, so it's not a true percentage that your budget went down and ours went up kind of thing. So anyway you could help with that argument.
We'll look and see if we can build something into the presentation that shows
thank you.
the growth, and then the growth by function.
Thank you.
And the driver.
Yeah, well, I would just, as we consider that, it's important to remember, part of our job as commissioners that, when we came in here was to evaluate different departments, and there were certain areas that were significantly underfunded. Probably the public defender is a good example. I don't know if they've probably more than doubled in size now, but that's because they were significantly understaffed. I think in looking at many of the jail operations, there were a significant amount of inefficiencies that were discovered that I think that they're still continuing to work on, that they realize that there's better, and that's where like the jail study and all this other stuff comes in. But it's just, for those folks who are making that argument that they haven't grown as much, well, I think we'd be doing a bad job if government was just growing on the whole. But it's there's been areas where we've invested that were been significantly underfunded, and then I think there's areas of our government that probably need rebalancing that could be run significantly more efficiently. So
yeah, I don't know if this is always the case, because this is my first turn at this, but there seems to be a lot of intensity of people coming to talk to me about the fact that they feel that we're growing, our departments are getting bigger, we're coming up with conceptual ideas to do things, but it's costing money, and that they're not doing it. And when they ask for one clerk or whatever, we don't give it to them. So I think that's going to be the argument, but probably every year.
Absolutely.
But this is to me seems, I don't want to be sitting here not being able to justify every cost we do versus what they do.
And two is every department has more and more regulations applied to them every year, which requires.
Well, those are good arguments, and I think we need to have them ready as we move forward on the budget. So Ed, whatever.
Question in that regard. In my time in my career in the military, when we would ask for additional positions, to add to our organization. On the combat side is one thing, but on the administrative side is another. Not combat, but another way. We would have to do a desk audit to actually justify the increase or decrease in position. Do we do that?
Yes, sir. So right now, the process is extremely rigorous, and you have to show, we have certain criteria that prioritize all requests for new personnel, because the majority of growth is personnel, because the majority of our cost is personnel, because we're a service-oriented industry. So the department has to submit, they have to show how they meet the criteria to either advance the county strategic plan, bring efficiency, bring revenue. And one of the things that we've talked is sometimes it's not a position that will, taking care of our buildings, for example, being a custodian or a groundskeeper does not increase revenue, does not increase efficiency, does not generate, is not something specific in the strategic plan, but it is something we need to do.
Right.
So, but they have to show how the position meets those standards. Then, after a position is granted, and something you'll see as part of the budget process at next month's meeting, once you have a position, for 2 years, you have to come back and show that it did what you said it was going to do.
Right.
So we will present, they have to present to us, then we include in our update to the court, okay, this office met its metrics. Last year, the court took a position that had been granted to a office because it was not meeting, the office was supposed to bring in more revenue, help its staff be out in the field to collect more. It was one of those clerks for constable. It was supposed to be out in the field and free up their staff. It didn't come true. So the court took the position. and moved it somewhere else.
And we do the same for ourselves as a role model.
Absolutely. Every department has to come and show, or every department has to come, report back. We verify the information, then we report that back to the court every year for 2 years after they've given something. I've watched some of the other counties' processes. I think by far we have the most thorough follow-up. And well, we haven't perfected performance metrics in my opinion yet. We do much more follow-up on, did you do what you said you were going to do, than anyone I've seen yet.
Okay, good.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Fund balance. You want to chime in?
My last projection was 79. I'm still working with budget and policy. I think that's probably a low number. You know, like the 7 million that we're talking about right now, there's a lot of expenses that are appropriated for which may not come into fruition, but they're going to carry forward. So we're probably going to end up, you know, we ended the year with close to 86. We're probably going to end up with the low 80s. But those expenses are just delayed expenses. And the fund balance eventually will start ratcheting down. Not a bad thing, because it's a good thing to right-size fund balance. And you all have, there's a lot of needs in the community, so you all will have to decide during the budget process if that affects your 10 to 15 or 5 to 15 ratio, what's the acceptable level, 10%, whatever. But at this point, I'm saying 79, but it may hit 82, 83. Depends on how much we really outlay before the end of the fiscal year. But we're still in great shape. I mean, you've heard it, sales tax statewide is the highest it's ever been. And my concern is, I mean, I think we're going to get an economic update here pretty soon. I just think at some point, sales tax, the Fed, in our training a few weeks ago said that they were possibly going to reduce the Fed funds rate by 50 basis points, 2 reductions. Now I'm hearing the opposite. So we don't know where it's going. My revenue projections are a little bit down right now because I'm anticipating a reduction, but overall we're doing great.
And last week, the market was projecting for a rate reduction in July, at about 90% estimation, but they've been doing the same thing for each Fed Open Market Committee meeting since January.
Speaking of sales tax, what I mentioned before about the hotel motel tax, as far as the small, what's called the mom and pops facilities, did we look into that? Or have we, if we didn't keep looking into that as far as the revenue that we've been able to generate from that, that we're not receiving right now?
My office has been working with the tax assessor collector who's responsible for monitoring whether the hotels are paying, collaborating with the Texas comptroller. We've had to request the comptroller give us a list. Anybody who's paying the state, sure as heck better be paying the county or the city.
Right.
And we're also looking at collaborating with Edmundo Calderon at the city internal audit. They have some contracts with some outside firms that actually do some of these, and they get a benefit, but we get a benefit too. So we're looking at a lot of options, and I think we've seen of late the hotel motel revenues are higher than they've ever been, and it's because of some of the collections on prior billings that were not paid. The state got their money, but the county didn't. So we are looking at that, and we need to go to that next level to see about contracting to have somebody going out and looking at some of these various agencies.
Right.
These
Well,
hotels.
we did that several years ago when I was on the city council before we found that the revenue out there we were not receiving. So we pursued that. In fact, you talk about Mundo Calderon, so he'd be a good point because we directed him to get business. But there was revenue that was out there that we were not receiving.
Yeah.
So they're receiving now, but to go a little further than what they want already. So if you communicate with them on that, I appreciate it.
Yeah. One of the things that they're finding out is that a lot of these entities do report to the state, but you find out that it went to the state, but it didn't go to the city, it didn't go to the county.
Exactly.
And sometimes it's difficult getting the information from the state because it's considered confidential.
Right.
So we've had to do open records requests, but definitely we're on top of it.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion to accept the report?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon stepped out. Commissioner Stout is absent. Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Salomon?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 4, discuss the establishment of a formalized county process for recognizing outstanding active duty soldiers from Fort Bliss on nurturing cases.
Guess that'd be me, huh?
That'd be you.
Well, Judge and Commissioners all concerned. In 2015, you're familiar with the Don Haskins in 1966 champion teams. The History Museum designated certain organizations and things that in the community to establish a wall of giants. So the 66 team was the first one. Can't remember which one was the second one, but the third one was the Fort Bliss. Fort Bliss was designated in the wall of giants. So I came up with the idea to start recognizing soldiers from Fort Bliss for their service and achievement. So I established the Wall of Giants Award. That would, in coordination with the leadership at Fort Bliss, they would nominate an individual from Fort Bliss, a soldier, and we would present the award at the council meeting. In this case, the Commissioner's Court meeting. So I want to do that, and we're doing it once a quarter. Then I change it to do it every one soldier every other month. So every 2 months we would do one. So that's what I like to do, and no expense to the county for that. I did it out of my pocket, but I do want to be recognized. We do it on a regular basis to recognize soldiers that are nominated by the leadership at Fort Bliss. And basically, it's not that difficult process, I guess I say, because I coordinated with the Command Sergeant Major at Fort Bliss, and through they have soldier of the month in each unit. They have soldier of the quarter, then they have soldier of the year, and also NCO of the year. So, and what the process would be that once the soldier is nominated, we get the plaque made, and we'll set a date to present it to the soldier here during the Commissioner's Court meeting. And the leadership of Fort Bliss, his leadership, chain of command, will come with him during that process. So I apologize for not bringing up, because I had one of the plaque that was one of the soldiers that were deployed, and we were not able to present it to him to show you what your plaque looks like. But I think it cost me about $80 or something like that. But I'm not actually counting to pay for it. I'll be the expense of mine. But we recognize that we do it on a regular basis to recognize. So, and at the bottom of the plaque we had is, you heard this phrase, says, how it goes, El Paso is Fort Bliss and Fort Bliss is El Paso. So, and we have the county symbol on the plaque. We also have the Fort Bliss shield on the plaque as well, and have his name and have the inscription on the plaque. That's basically it. I apologize for not bringing one. I was intending to pull it out last night to bring it with me today to show you what it looks like. But I'll do that because we have time before we'll do that. But in fact, we plan on, in talking with the Command Sergeant Major and the CG when we was out there at the function with the Fort Bliss, state of Fort Bliss. I talked to the CG and also the Command Sergeant Major, and we're looking at doing the first one in July, called July the 8th?
Yes, sir.
July 8th. The first one we're going to do. In fact, we should have the nomination from the Fort Bliss probably by next week. The first one. So, I mean, I'll solicit any input that you get.
Well, I was going to suggest that, the Chamber of Commerce has an incredible relationship with it. Would it be okay if they sort of coordinated and then came to us and said, these are the people, and you don't want to, it's just that they meet with them constantly, they go to all the NCO awards, they go to, so I'm wondering if we could sort of have a partnership with them and then we do the resolution ourselves here? Or would you rather just independent of what they do?
Independent of what they do, but their process will be different
what you envision.
Yeah. And the fact that it's already been established from my time at the City Hall. So it's nothing new. I just want to carry it over. What happened is, it was my thought that I did it for like 4 years, 5 years. It was my thought that it would be continued by the city leadership, but it didn't happen.
It did.
But as when you talk about being a leader, I'd like to be that we take the lead on this one.
Sure. Erica, do we need to do anything here?
Yeah, if your office could reach out to us with just the details, like you said, of like using the county logo, that sort of thing, it's probably fine, but just so that we can assess it, well, we'd be happy to work with your office. Just to...
Yeah, and I'll bring the one that I have, I'll show you what it looks like. But it's not any, I'm not asking for any money from the county. I'll take care of the expense of that, but it's just the fact that we established that as something that we do recognize. And Judge, you talk about the partnership, with Fort Bliss and Fort. This will further what happened with years ago. Fort Bliss was not known as far as El Paso being a place to come. In fact, there was a lot of people that were talking bad about El Paso, not a good place to be. Once they got here, they found out that El Paso is a great place to be.
Yeah.
So what happens is when you have the senior officers, the generals, and the colonels, and sergeant majors, they leave here because we have a sergeant major academy. That's another thing I want to tackle as well. Let me finish up this one. I'll talk about that in a minute. But that we use them as ambassadors for El Paso. But when they leave and the experience they had in El Paso, it's great. It helps us grow as a city, as a county.
Totally agree.
Right. And then the other aspect of it is that not to say we give awards out to them, but recognizing the individuals from the Sergeant Major Academy, where we will bring them in every year when the new class comes in, recognize that the Sergeant Major Academy is two parts. One, you have the soldiers, U.S. soldiers, then you have the foreign soldiers. And we also bring the foreign soldiers to the county, the city in that case. I'd like to start doing that as well, bring the academy out here. But you have soldiers that are in the academy from the foreign countries. They learn a lot about El Paso, and we can learn a lot about them. But it also grows as far as help us grow with the public relations as far as public relations, but also being ambassadors for El Paso, for the place for people to come to live and do business.
Agreed.
It's basically shaking the head. You know about Southern Academy.
Yes, sir. I've always adopted one of the families there and been their American host family. And they do come to the courthouse to watch the Veterans Court. They do come to watch our judicial process. I'm not familiar with them having come to Commissioner's Court itself.
Well, that's what I'd like to start doing is that we brought them to City Hall and recognize them during the council meeting, which is a great thing for them, but as well as for us. In fact, it's amazing when they come and each one of them come and they tell you, give you their name and their rank and what position they hold in their country that they come from. And then we have got many countries. Especially, help me out. How many countries do you remember? It was over 30 countries.
Oh, yes, sir. It varies each year, the total number of countries. I thought it was over 60.
You're probably right.
I know I've had families from South Korea, Slovenia, the Netherlands.
No, I like Commissioner Robinson's proposal because I think there's a big expectation I know I spoke to General Medlock and, Garrison Commander, what's his name? Murphy. Which both of them have a lot of expectations on a partnership with us in the county. And I think we've gained a lot of traction. We've been attending their functions. So I think this would add more of a direct. But at this point, do we need to do anything today on this? Other than just ask you to look into the details?
Yeah, no, sir. What's posted is just to discuss the establishment. So the discussion is all we need to do today.
Okay.
Can we affirm that we will start the first one in July?
You can definitely give consensus as to whether or not you're supportive of the project. Just
Mr. I'll let you from you guys.
feedback to Commissioner Robinson.
I think it's a great idea. I think if we do it and maybe their families and commanding officers also show up, I think it'd be good.
Well, that's part of the criteria. In my discussion with them, is that the chain of command is encouraged to come. In fact, I can't direct them, but so I made it see if you can direct them. But the chain of command is involved because the chain of command has to nominate them, first of all.
Excellent.
Commissioner.
And I mean, I think there's sections in our agenda where after resolutions we have recognitions, right? So
Presentation,
right? So
yes.
it might be a logical place to do something like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want to look, is there anything, Commissioner Leon, that you want to make sure, if there's anything we can move up just to make sure we have you?
Is Dr. Fabella here yet?
Dr. Favela will not be here until he lands at 11:30.
It's an important one.
Yeah, that's the only one that really.
That's the one? Okay.
Well, they're all important,
But
that's more
if you
critical.
had to leave, that you don't want that one in sight.
And the Federal Reserve, they had a commitment, they won't be here till 10:45, so we're 30 minutes away from Federal Reserve.
Okay.
And just in the interest of time, also, item number 9, the Economic Development Department overview. We're scheduling an economic development work session for you all. We could add that department overview to that work session day, if it'll help manage the agenda today.
Well, that would, yeah, why separate it, where we could do I would like to do that, I don't know, Commissioners.
So I guess let's just see how the day goes. I mean,
If we see, and that's what I've asked Sam, just to watch
But
how
that'd
we
be
are on
one
time.
of the flexible ones.
It's one of the more flexible ones.
Well, good. Okay,
Let's go to item number 6.
yes.
Okay, item number 6, receive a presentation from the Budget and Fiscal Policy Department regarding El Paso County's long debt plan.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners, Wally Hargill from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. The presentation you have before you and the supporting documentation was part of our FY 19 strategic plan under 19.2, I believe, under strong county finances. Also, the presentation I'm going to make to you before this presentation and the underlying policy also, I think, meets the good best practices that are published by the Government Finance Officers Association. I shared this plan and the policy with County Auditor's Office. Legal still needs to review the policy, so this is just a presentation today. I will be bringing this forward at a future Monday meeting for the court's consideration of adoption. I have received some feedback from the auditors. We've been volleying back and forth this week on some little edits, nothing material. And so I just want to give you an overview of that today. Of course, the plan starts with a policy statement. We've got a lot of administrative procedures that I'll go into a little more detail on there, covering from establishment of a debt management committee, what the responsibility of the committee and the members have, the publication of the official statement, who the parties are that prepare that and review it, our disclosure requirements to the relative agencies for debt, our plan for continuing rating agency communication, whether we're in a bond issuance year or if we're in an off cycle, we have regular communication. Any limits of indebtedness that we have and where we are on those limits. Tying the debt policy into our capital improvement plan, the types of debt the county can issue, our structure that we consider under our bonds, both short and long-term debt. We'll go over credit enhancements, refundings, reimbursements, how we use those bond proceeds, methods of sale, the investment of bonds proceeds, restrictions on any private business use on outstanding debt that we issue that's non-taxable, record retention requirements, training of the staff, and then there's also a glossary attached. And then we'll close it out with the existing bond schedules that we had from our last quarterly meeting. I did not update them from Monday. We are having our financial advisor in court on Monday as part of their quarterly reporting requirements. So we'll load in the latest bond schedules as well. Overall, this policy is providing the general guidelines which the County of El Paso will use for the issuance of its debt. Certainly, state law and federal law will prevail on any matters that are not specifically addressed in this policy. It is quite a lengthy policy, but I think it's very thorough. We also work with our financial advisors on getting policy plans from other entities across the state and across the nation. So we've taken what gleaned through best practices on having a solid policy. Administratively, we're recommending that the county consider forming a debt management committee. Members of that committee would be a member of county administration, budget, a member of audit office, and 1 to 2 members of commissioner's court is a recommendation of how that committee would be comprised of. That committee's scope would meet no less than annually. They would take into consideration when we're looking at our debt plan, what our capital improvement plan looks like, status of our existing debt, any unspent bond proceeds. And this would be above and beyond the quarterly meetings we have with the Commissioners Court and the quarterly meetings we have in county administration. This would be committee specific. In the event that we had authorized debt, but we're issuing that in tranches. So if we had $100 million issued, but we're doing that in $10 million tranches, we would also look at any tranches that are approved and authorized and outstanding. The committee would look at the timing of additional financing needs, and I'll go over that schedule, and we'll talk a little bit about the earlier discussion, Commissioner, you had on flood control and stormwater and how we may consider working that into a debt a process. Because as Ms. Keller mentioned, with $500 million of debt and about $4.2 million annually that we allocate as a 1 penny equivalent, it would take close to 125 years to try and tackle all these projects. And it's just, I think the timing and the necessity and the urgency would support the consideration of a debt issuance.
Question.
Yes, sir.
When you talk about debt management, when we issue bonds, and I think you probably, well, you know the answer, but when we do not draw down on the money until we need it. In other words, we issue a bond for $100 million, but we're not going to use $100 million all at once, depending on the project. So are we drawing down on the bond money as we need it, or are we drawing it all at one time?
So this county has closed those bonds and received the proceeds of the bonds in lump.
In the past.
Yes, in the
That's
past.
what we're
That
talking
is the
about.
past
Going
practice.
forward, we do not believe that's necessarily the best way for us to manage
The
it.
only risk associated with that is, of course, market risk. So if we authorize $500 million worth of bonds for flood control, and we issue those in tranches, if the market moves and the feds do bump that rate up 0.5%, we're going to have the potential of more interest cost associated with that, with issuance of that debt.
But we also have certain requirements as to the timing of spending those bonds.
Yes, I'll give you a point over that.
And so that's why issuing it in tranches is also important.
Right. What? Okay. We approve a bond for $100 million. So we, in issuing the debt, we set parameters for our team to go out to get the money to a bond that we said authorize. So what I found is that when I was in the city, we were drawing down a large sum of money, but we're paying interest on that money as soon as we draw it down.
Right.
So this is like the question: are we drawing down all at one time, or we're drawing as we need it? Because the thing is that we may not have the capacity to spend all that money at one time, depending on the project.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Lastly, as we'll look at the effect of both financing activity on related rates issued into the debt, whether it's property tax rate or any user fees that we use to finance debt. Administratively, of course, responsibility and standard of care. So currently, the proposal is that the county budget, as directed by county administration, acts as lead on coordinating the issuance of debt. That's delegated responsibility is also to review legislation, statutes, financial policies, and any service provisions from the finance team, bond counsel, financial advisor. Strategically, we want to align our future capital needs with our bond financing and look at the county's outstanding, long-term outstanding debt. You'll see in the last slide, we've got a little over $270 million as a component of our tax rate. It only makes up 9% of our property tax rate, our 44-cent tax rate. Just a little over 4 cents of that goes toward debt payment. Any members also should avoid any types of conflict of interest. So any officers or employees that are involved in this process, we need to refrain from any personal activity that could be perceived as conflict with the execution of any financing. Also under responsibility of care, auditor who prepares your comprehensive annual financial report will include reports as required in the notes of the financial as to the types of debt, balances outstanding, and if there's any arbitrage liability, we're also required to disclose that. We'll maintain our investor relations. We will meet and foster positive relations with the investment community. We have routine meetings with Moody's or Standard & Poor's or Fitch. Those aren't certainly, they're not site visits, it's just drop-ins to see how things are going. But occasionally we do have rating reviews that are conducted as well. Of course, we're AA rated. We've maintained that over the last few years. Also, we would retain a county financial advisor. You'll begin the presentation on the latest quarterly on Monday. They provide us assistance in structuring our debt, financial analysis, and they provide us with options and refunding opportunities. I have a slide on refundings here in the future. And lastly, part of the finance team is also bond counsel, and we retain them for legal requirements on bond issuances, both legal and procedural debt advice. Administratively, the financial advisor will prepare the official statement, but Edward's office and my office read through that official statement dozens of times before we pull the trigger on a final bond issue. We have certain disclosure requirements that when the comprehensive annual financial report is prepared, we have to prepare those disclosures to the relevant agencies, and then again maintain our rating agency communication. Administratively, a limitation on indebtedness and affordability. Of course, the county likes to manage that bond rate going into the future. We've done a really good job of managing that between 4 and 5 cents over the last decade. But in the instance of the needs for flood control and stormwater, that rate may need to be bumped up in the future for future bond issuances. We like to look at our capital improvement plan, but also what our short-term and ongoing needs are, and just make a decision as to whether we're going to finance that out of ongoing dollars or issue those as long-term debt. The next presentation that will be behind me, but probably after the Federal Reserve, will be on our ongoing recommendations for CIP. But we take that into consideration. Then the policy also lays out the types of debt the county is able to issue in pursuant to government code and statute. Certainly we're going to structure that debt so that the debt is deemed appropriate, final maturity, what the principal and interest structure is going to look at, and then consider any credit enhancements. From time to time, we may look at short-term debt. We have not pulled the trigger on short-term debt too often. Some entities go out and issue short-term paper. They'll do 270-day notes and subsequently replace that. You'll hear in the CIP one agency does that, and they'll replace it with long-term debt thereafter. But we do have the ability to do short-term debt.
You talking about commercial paper?
Yes, sir. By all, we have, and the county of El Paso, in my 30 years, and I think you're 35 or 36 plus, we haven't had a commercial paper program. It is allowable. You'll hear like a little bit on the next presentation.
And that's probably how we would accomplish what the commissioner's talking about. You do it on an interim basis when you need it.
Right.
And then later you convert it into the.
Right. Now, that's a bad question.
Sure.
We don't issue COs.
No, we do.
We do.
We do?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
A majority of our current debt outstanding, you'll see a listing on the last slide, is for certificates of obligation.
Okay.
The bond, like the jail expansion project, port of entry.
So we have a set criteria as far as we don't issue with anything, specific things that we issue for.
Well, the court always discusses the need and evaluates. I will tell you, generally the county has not done the level of projects. We have so much need for infrastructure, things of that nature, that we have been more heavily focused on the CO side than GO government or general obligation type bonds projects.
I think in the last.
We haven't invested much money in general obligation type projects, which generally are projects that you would go to the voters and see if the voters support. But so many of the projects we have are projects we have to do.
They support mandated functions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We've had one GO issuance in the last 30 years. That was the voted debt on the jail, and that passed with like 70% voter approval. That's the only GOs we've done in the last 3 decades. The other GOs we have are our general obligation refunding bonds. When we have refunding, I have a slide coming up on that. So typically, we're not going to finance our debt any longer, for the most part, than 20 years. If there are components on that debt issuance that have 7-year, 10-year, or 15-year useful life, we will structure the principal payout so that the principal does not exceed the useful life of the asset as well. We have some instances where some of our water bonds and some of our sewage bonds, like the East Montana was a 40-year bond, but that's as a requirement of the USDA or the applicable agency. So in those terms, we may go above 20, but that's typically an agency recommendation requirement. We made new credit enhancements to improve the sale of our bonds, and that credit enhancement, although you have to pay for that, it does ultimately bring in a lower interest rate and a long-term rate. Right now, the rate environment is still very favorable. It's running just over 3%. I had bond counsel run some scenarios, and again, we're in a very favorable rate environment right now. Refunding opportunity, we set a minimum level that we'll have a net present value savings of no less than 3% on our refunding. I have to tell you, the last two refundings we've had have been closer to 10 and 11% because of the favorable market conditions we're in now. Lastly, on this one, we can do a reimbursement order so that if the county needs to spend dollars before we go out and issue the debt to conduct a study and do some design and feasibility studies, while the court has the ability to pass a reimbursement order to reimburse the general fund so that when the bond issuance is ordered, we can make reimbursements to the county. Methods, this document goes over methods of sale, both competitive sales, negotiated sales, or private placement. Goes into the investment of bond proceeds, what our strategy is. We make sure we have to maintain arbitrage compliance. Of course, the arbitrage compliance is if we're borrowing at a rate of 3% and investing and getting a return any higher than 3%. We've got to make sure that we're spending those proceeds in accordance with the spend down schedule. Typically, you want to spend 85% of your bond proceeds within 3 years. If you have a very complex project and you've got a plan out there that I think 5 is the most you can go, but that's for a very complex project. The general rule is 85% within 3 years. Records retention, the county auditor they are the payor and the recipient of funds through the treasury. The auditor of County of El Paso, they are the record retention department, and so we've got delineation of that in the policy. And lastly, that the individuals who are involved in this process also receive appropriate training regarding the county's, and it's a broad base. It's the accounting system, contracts, facilities, and other systems track investment and expenditure of bond proceeds. This is the current snapshot of the last quarter. You'll have an update of this on Monday. But bottom line, it shows in the upper left corner what the tax year assessed value has been for the last 10 years. Judge, to answer your question, if you look at that very, very top left schedule, right in the middle, assessed value growth, 5.1%. So that ties right directly into that large property value growth number that you saw during the county auditor's presentation. As you look historically out there and you run down that middle column, you can see it averaging just about 2.7% over the last decade. All indications this year, and the preliminary numbers you've seen, I've sent you the unofficial preliminary, the official preliminary. We're looking very close to between 4 and 4.25%, maybe as much as 4.5% growth again, which the county can look forward to having new property tax revenue just from solely from new construction and revaluation. So a large component of that is attributable to revaluation. New construction last year was $780 million, just over 3/4 billion. It's looking very similar again this year, but we're also going to have a favorable revaluation year, as it's seen preliminarily. Schedule also shows you what our total tax rate is, 44 cents, running back historically the last decade, and then the number I mentioned to you earlier, 9% of our tax rate, just a little over 4.1 cents of the 44 cents, is to pay the interest and principal for the county of El Paso. So we have a very manageable tax rate. Ceiling on that tax rate is 80 cents. So if the county down the road were to consider issuance of debt, our last debt issuance was $110 million. I'm rounding up. It's a little over 2 cents on property value, property taxes that it took to generate that $110 million. So if you're looking at that $500 million number and what the potential total impact could be on a tax rate, we can look at that two ways. Number one is if we did it all at once, probably in the vicinity of 5 cents on a tax rate. I apologize. every 2 cents did 110 million.
Right.
So if we have probably closer to 8.5, yeah, in today's model, probably 8.5 cents roughly. And I can actually, run that number with a financial advisor. But what we need to do is look at taking that number into our schedule. So this is our current listing of outstanding debt. Commissioner, you had asked, all the GOs you see there are GO refundings, where we refinanced our debt. There's no voted GOs on that list. These are certificates, most of which are our debt is certificates of obligation. So you see $176 million as of this quarterly report was our outstanding debt. And opportunity. So as you look at the far left, 2019 is where we're at now. We've been talking about this for the last few years. 2023 is the year we're going to have an opportunity to look at leveling off. If we were to look at a debt issuance, you've got pretty close to a penny of debt you could layer onto there with no overall fiscal impact on that tax rate. Trying to keep it pretty close to where it's at now. And then as we look at those drop-off years, we've got a drop-off year in 2027. And if we had no additional debt out in 2023, is when we have a significant drop-off of our INS. Yes, sir.
Our overall debt for the last 5 years has been consistent or level.
We had for the most part, our last big bond issuance was 2012, the $110 million. We had some small issues in 2016 for refunding opportunities and a CO. But yeah, for the most part, we've been actually just dropping off a little bit. The county has been pretty fiscally responsible about the issuance of future years.
Sorry, we've just been foregoing addressing some pretty major needs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, the reason I asked the question is because of my position on the other side of the road. When we try to do a perfect job of managing debt, or some of us anyway. But we, and this reason I asked the question about when we issue bond as far as when you draw it out at one time as opposed to when you need it. But the idea is going from, when I left office in 2017, it was $1.4 billion. And now it's over to probably, actually, really, it's over $2 billion. So that's a concern I have for the debt. Going up, managing debt will stay level or come down as opposed to keep going up.
Commissioner Pitts?
Yeah, I just want, my thoughts on this have evolved with that, for the members of the court, in looking at this chart here, previous courts have kind of said, well, our tax rate is going to drop off a little bit in 2023, so perhaps that's the time that we should consider, issuing perhaps other debt to address the needs. I mean, as Betsy has said, but we have foregone a lot and delayed a lot of needs, and I don't think that's a very responsible way of managing debt and saying, well, look, in 2023. We'll do this. When I was reading about some of the debt issuances in other counties, like I said, Bexar County issued a $600 million debt issuance, I want to say in 2012, just because the interest rates were so favorable that was really in the best interest of their taxpayers. And I think that's really what really should be guiding us is, if there are favorable market, well, obviously two things. One is what are our needs? What do we need to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our residents, meeting the needs of county operations? But two, there may be very favorable market conditions later on this year as interest rates are cut, and that probably makes more sense for us than to pull the trigger at a time like that, rather than saying, let's wait till 2023 when our tax rate tapers off, because it might be a very unfavorable market environment then. That it's going to taper off regardless of what we do. So, that's why I think that. When talking about the committee structure and all these other things, but that's something I think we should take in consideration is be guided by market conditions, immediate county needs, and making sure that we're getting the best interest rate for our residents. But Commissioner Robinson, to your point, the county has been very conservative when it comes to debt. Our INS portion makes up less than 10% of our tax rate. by comparison, now, I don't mean it. The city is obviously, they do different things because they've made significant investments and quality of life initiatives that, the county hasn't done. We've just traditionally stuck to our core focus. Their INS portion is 35% of their tax rate. So I think it's over 30 cents of their 84-cent tax rate. And here from the last slide that you saw, we're at about 4 cents.
That's great.
So just, like I said, I think that, in previous discussions when we've seen this chart before, we've said, well, let's consider debt issuance in 2023 when the tax rate tapers off. But I think we should be guided more by, again, immediate needs and market conditions, because I think we'll probably be doing our residents a service that way by getting them a better interest rate and letting the taper off.
And M&O, and by not sometimes investing, you think about, I always love taking the budget and applying it to myself personally. And when I talk to people about it, applying it personal, because people can understand their own personal expenses. But if I'm continuing to invest money in maintaining my car, when I need a new car, but I instead put $1,000 a year into keeping my car running, that isn't smart. In the long run, it's not smart. And I use cars because that's very simple. But when we haven't invested in infrastructure, when we haven't invested in, we're limping equipment along, heavy duty equipment, or Fernie, we're so happy to get a transmission fixed in a $400,000 piece of equipment. The transmission cost us $100,000, but the equipment still is not at 100% capacity of operations. That's not smart in the long run. But so we're very proud of maintaining that debt ratio, but sometimes we're doing it at a disservice to our operations and our citizens for the long term. So and you're going to hear from us when we talk about our operating capital needs. The county, we're very pleased and thankful to have the penny that the court granted us several years ago, but one penny, which is just right at $4 million in operating capital, it is not enough. And we saved a lot by doing that because we weren't issuing debt for these expenses. But just from a operational perspective, it is something that we can be proud of, that we've maintained our debt level. But we also have to make sure we're not doing it to a detriment. Same thing you're saying, Commissioner Perez. It just we see it all the time in our operations.
No, I don't disagree with that. In fact, I agree, fundamentally agree with that. I'll add one factor to that, what you presented, Commissioner, is timing. Timing is everything. And the reason I say that is because of the fact that we look at what the school board, PISD did a bond, one of the other districts did a large bond, and the voters, the taxpayers, you don't want them to get to the point where they start having a revolt. And so that's when I say timing. Timing is everything as well. Be added factor to that aspect of it.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt. I know there's one more slide left, but it's essentially a recap of just the outstanding work that we have.
Yeah.
I've been giving this a lot of thought, and now with the revenue caps that the state has imposed on us, we're going to have some serious discussions, and I'm sure there has to be discussions around with other counties in the state on how it is that they're going to manage budgets moving forward, with the 3.5% revenue cap. And I think, we're going to have to get a little creative and really take a look at things. So, for example, we do have the 1 penny allocation on our M&O side that's dedicated to capital improvements. Would it make sense for, because since the INS portion isn't subject to the 3.5% cap, would it make sense for us to probably shift some of that over? And then also as we have discussions about stormwater, because again, we're going to be significantly more limited on our M&O side, but if we're not facing that same cap on the INS side, it probably doesn't make as much sense to be using M&O funds for debt or for capital expenditures. So that's just something I think we need to have discussions about. So that goes my second question. I feel I should know this, but I don't. What are the, for lack of a better, payback periods? So if we were to issue a CO, I know that right, you can have anywhere from like a 10, 15, 20, 30 year period in which that is paid back, right? But like, let's say if we were to consider a shorter term, well, what's the shortest possible term that I guess that we could pay back if we were to consider transferring over, let's say, the 1 penny for the M&O? What's the shortest period? Like, can we do a?
Nothing prohibits us from going down to a 10-year window.
I mean, could we have less? Like, we have a 5.
You know what? That's a great question.
Well, does commercial paper also go on the INSA?
It does, but don't forget it's only a 270-day note on commercial paper.
And the reason I ask is just
that could be a wise way to do the capital penny. 270 days.
I mean, it's a little less. I mean, it's less than. But those are the things that I think we're going to have to really give some thought to.
Yeah.
And the reason I ask is that, you know, if we're going to be replacing fleet vehicles, you know, things like that, you know, we shouldn't be having a 10-year period to pay that off.
And we don't.
If it only has, and I know we don't. And that was the whole
point.
But
what he's saying is.
And that was the whole point of the penny, right? Was that we're using this funds for short-term capital needs and things like vehicles that only have, what, a 5-year lifespan, if that. And other things like laptops. But if we were to make some sort of transfer into the INS, is there some mechanism that gives us a short-term payback period, right? Does that make sense? So
absolutely. I'll work with financial advisor as to the benefits of doing that and the shorter term.
Well, short term, like I would say, so if a vehicle, so our capital penny really, there is no debt. We're not issuing any debt. We're just doing it out of M&O funds. But let's say if we were to purchase a replacement sheriff's vehicle. Well, the lifespan of that vehicle is 5 years. So ideally, we shouldn't be paying a loan longer than 5 years, right? We shouldn't be having a 10-year loan that's due in 10 years when the vehicle itself was out of commission 5 years ago.
Right. And on the front end review, as that's being compiled by your collective finance team and even being reviewed at the AG level, those are things you need to make sure that you structure that financing so that you're paying off that principal and interest within the useful life. And our policy states that.
Right.
So this policy just ratifies.
And what Commissioner Pettis, what I'm hearing you propose is, when you say shifting, it's not really shifting the tax rate, it's moving the expense so that we maintain the funding over here to fund operational growth.
Exactly, because look, the state has put us in a really bad position.
Absolutely.
So no, I'm not saying subtract the formula or subtract the 1 penny CIP and go into INS. I'm just saying that
it gives that M&O capacity.
Right.
Yes.
So it's just going to probably help us out in this, at least in the short term, with this 3% revenue cap.
Absolutely. Both on.
But unfortunately, this is the consequence of what the state has done to us. Is that if we recognize that if we do shift this over to the INS side, I mean, we're going to now pay interest on that.
Correct.
Right. And unfortunately, that expense is going to be passed on to taxpayers, but I don't see how else county governments are going to be able to provide the level of service that we need without that. But see, before, like I said, right now with our M&O, the 1 penny that we dedicate for capital improvements, we don't pay interest on that, which is, I think, a great thing for our taxpayers. But I think we're going to now have to consider shifting that over, and it's going to come at an additional expense. But
And so my future fear on that legislatively is there has been a lot of chatter on also limiting our ability to issue debt.
Right.
And certificates of obligation. It has gained more traction. So that is a risk we have to look at down the road as well.
And that's why, you know, our conservative stance comes at a significant risk because, again, as Betsy says, we have neglected a lot of needs, and if the state does hamper us, then you know, we're going to be very limited in what we can do. So that's why I think, you know, giving debt much more time and consideration and planning, I think, is essential in the short term.
And this is part of the process. We wanted to get the policy, but what I keep saying is we had to get this policy. We need to get this policy finished, but then we need to take the plan. So we need to go back to your slide, Wally, that shows the drop off. We need to take this and we need to lay over it our capital needs. So now Public Works, and it's not perfect yet. We know that we still have other assessments that need to be done, but now we have Public Works. In the last few months, they've presented to the court, since actually last fall and then earlier this year, they presented our internal capital needs and they presented a community capital needs plan. And we need to lay those plans on top of this, which will show you it doesn't fit with this timing perfectly. Our needs don't fit when we have the funding, but we need to lay all those plans together to show how great our needs are and with what our funding availability is, because it will not be perfect. There will be times when a court is going to have to look at issuing debt to fund these projects. Otherwise, we're gonna end up with more expense on the M&O side, limping things along.
Well, basically, you had a key word there, you said needs. And I totally agree with you. Needs, not wants,
Yes,
needs.
sir.
And then the other question I have in that regard is, when we do a project, a new project, do we include M&O in the project?
We do, we're not perfect at it yet, but I think we're doing a much better job. When we look at projects, what are gonna be the ongoing M&O expenses from completing the project?
Yeah, and the reason I asked the question, and I hate to use examples of other people, but it's a fact. The streetcar project. When they did the streetcar project, it was a certain amount of money they had to do the project. But they failed to tell the public when they did that project, when they got the money to do that, the M&O was not included. The M&O is going to be $1.2 million a year, which means that it's got to be paid. So where it's going to come from? It's going to come out of your budget, which means that it's going to be added to your budget, the new budget, which means that the taxpayer is going to have an additional increase in taxes they're going to pay. And so I like to be upfront with people and tell people the truth about the matter. We're doing this is what it's going to cost, and give them the whole picture rather than give them part of it and come back later and say, well, we forgot, or don't tell them at all, but it's included. So when you ask the question, what's the additional cost?
Yes, sir.
So typically when we put a call for projects out for capital projects, we also include on there what is going to be the impact on the operational side. Are there going to be efficiencies and some cost avoidance, but also are there going to be some maintenance cost? Is it going to require staffing to be added and utilities and things of that nature?
And Betsy, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that we've talked about those things that we've foregone. Can you categorize them and so that we could see what you feel are things we sort of have left behind that are now catching up with us? I know you've talked about it.
Sure.
But more in a category so that we could see.
Sure, we can bring you back that kind of a categorization
Yes.
of the types of things that we have foregone.
That you feel.
But there's a lot of infrastructure needs. We've done all these presentations individually. We've talked about infrastructure. We've talked about everything from roads, drainage, sidewalks, to heavy equipment, technology. Some of the technology needs we have, security needs, facility needs. But we can compile all of those, and that's kind of what I'm saying is bring this back and showing those needs laid on top of this, in almost together with this funding.
Just while you started off your presentation with a committee, you spoke about a committee.
Correct.
I think it's a good idea, but I think it'd be much more meaningful if it was to meet at least on a quarterly basis, not once a year.
Sure.
Then their final meeting a little before our budget season starts, so that committee can provide us with more information. But I think it's a great idea that it just adds more info.
I just would like to add that, and maybe this is just me, but I think that when we're talking about, some of the things in the penny and this and that, I'm not sure as we're sitting here or the committee truly has the same level of understanding and knowledge. So I was wondering if part of that would be sort of like a training program that would go into very specific things, but then that we too would be able to catch up. I know in Commissioner Robinson, he's got more of because he was with the city, but like in my case, I really need to understand what we have, what are some of these things that we need to look at, and debt issuance, and so I don't know if there was a component that we would really all get on the same level, sort of like a 101, but everybody at a different.
So administratively, that's a great idea, Judge. Administratively, for our procedures, I'll add that training provision to actually the committee members themselves, so that as we, as
and not just
commissioners.
the committee members, the entire court.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
But that way we're all talking at the same level of knowledge as we throw a certain, acronym, sometimes the penny and half the penny, And I want to make sure that we all really understand what we're talking about, because it's going to be really important. Our knowledge going forward has to be expedited. I mean, really, the learning curve in my case.
We did a debt overview
That's exactly what I was thinking.
a while back, and that should be an ongoing annual and more in honestly more in an intimate setting with the court, so that we can really dive into. And then Commissioner Pettis continues, and we're looking for, but Commissioner Pettis continues to bring up not only a good debt overview of what we have, but also reading and understanding all the like financial statements. He continues to ask me to try to find training for that, and we've been trying to find and secure somebody
Will
that's
that
an
help
expert in local
Commissioner
government.
Pettis also with the idea of what are other people doing, other counties are doing? I know he helps us a lot with that, but I think we could, add to this. Say, I don't know if it's the Metro 6 that we could sit down with, and I could put it on the agenda and make it a 4-hour session instead of 20 items, and just say, what's your strategy versus ours?
And you're going to hear a little bit of that on the presentation, coming up 2 presentations from now on the CIP penny. You're going to see what some of the other counties are doing that we've gleaned out from at least the five counties, including ourselves, as to what their practices are. That's only on the ongoing stuff, but I think it's a great idea to look at the long-term basis.
The other one, and it's sort of combined to this, and I don't know if we've ever done that, but I sure would feel comfortable if we had some type of a focal group, like each commissioner and myself had people that we would run by what our thoughts are, to see what the public would say about, at least have some sense that we would say, look, this is our strategy, what are your thoughts on? So if we had a focal group included to the administrative committee, that, people that we trust that would give us our insight as to what we feel the community is looking at. So I don't know, are there any other sources that we know? Because I think sometimes the city thinks one way, but then I'm sort of curious as to why they didn't look at the reaction from the community to certain things. So I don't know, it might be a stretch, it might be, but I've always counted on focal groups to.
Sure. And what I would say to that, Judge, is I definitely think that's something I think we want to move towards, projects that the community would have strong views about, that the court would want to be sure to hear. The issue with our debt so far has been not projects that the community may want, it's been projects that we absolutely cannot forego. They're absolute needs. And so generally, for example, if you go out and say to the community, like county-wide, do you want us to invest in roads and sidewalks out in newly developing areas? Well, they may say it's not going to benefit me individually, and then are you not going to do it? So that's why. But like projects, say for example, if we were going to do a major investment in parks, to add amenities to all county parks, that may be something where.
Well, I was thinking more, not so much on projects, but the perception of the way we're going to approach debt. That we're going to issue a certificate of obligation, or that. More from there, but maybe what you're talking about, and I know I've run into it completely in almost every area, is maybe the marketing component to allow people to know why we're doing what we're doing, and have some kind of a strategy to educate.
Sure.
Because a lot of people have to explain, and they go, oh, well, that makes sense, but they had no previous information on that.
When we did the 2012 bonds, it helped tremendously. The county judge and the members of the court went out, and we called it kind of like the road show. That was a critical component.
I have a feeling we're going to have to do another road show.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I know everybody here would be more than welcome with their areas. And so
and
anyway,
it
just
was
wanted
critical.
to
Yes,
advance
sir. You're right.
Open the lenses.
Betsy, we talk about the things that we need, that we have put off, delayed, whatever. What would be helpful is when you do that, lay out the needs, is do an impact statement on each one of them to show that, well, this is what we need, and this would be the outcome, pro and con. If we don't do it, this is going to be the impact. So, yeah, we need them, why we need them, but then if we don't do them, this is gonna be the outcome.
Well, like the presentation earlier today that, that we're gonna make an investment, but it's going to impact reducing our cost in maintenance and reducing our cost of, so that's a good example of, if you hear that we're gonna spend money without that kind of information that is gonna help us in the long run.
Well, that's positive, because if one playing seven, the negative side of it. So if you don't do this, it may require reducing of personnel, it may require reducing services. That's what I'm thinking of was the impact it had, both positive and negative.
Well, also,
I was just going to say, well, I have been talking to Betsy about training opportunities. HR does a great job of providing training opportunities for our employees, and whatever it is that may help in their job duties. The work that we do is a little unique but I think that we require just as much training. And something that I've suggested to Betsy is that when we we have our annual 16-hour requirement, and I wish sometimes there was a little bit more flexibility in giving us options to choose courses and things. But when it comes to something like advanced accounting, and looking at like the hospital district finances, I mean that can be really complex. And but then we also run into quorum issues as well. But maybe just like how we have our strategic planning sessions, maybe once a quarter or something like that, if we can schedule a time where we bring in somebody who could really give us, I think training would be helpful. But like I said, just our employees, just like they need regular training to keep their skills sharp. We need to, I think that same level of training, but it's got to, we have to tailor that sort of. It'd be nice if we can have like a curriculum. It'd be even greater if we could get the Commissioner's Court credit from the state. I don't think that's going to happen, but that's something that I've mentioned to Betsy that I think would be a tremendous benefit to the court. And also to touch on something else that you mentioned, to Commissioner Robinson's point about maintenance, I do think that, and I know that we are doing a significantly better job today than before. But when we issued the debt for the annexes, for example, the east side annex and the west side annex, there were some things I think that we didn't consider, like I'm meeting with some of the various departments, but like groundskeeping, for example. I think that would have been the time for us to say, we're getting more facilities online. We now have more buildings that we're responsible for, but making sure that we allocate that personnel at that time, because it just gets more expensive if these buildings aren't properly maintained, and then we have to do additional personnel later on down the road.
Right.
Those are some of the things that we've also got to consider.
Well, if there's no other questions, I plan on bringing this back to you during the month of July. I think I'm working with legal and audit and financial advisor to just do a little bit of non-material cleanup and feedback, but my intent is to bring it back to the court during the month of July for consideration of adoption of the policy.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Federal Reserve is here.
Let's go ahead and take item number 5, receive a presentation by the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas on the El Paso economy.
Bring us more money.
We just wanted, item was, as we start to head into budget, we wanted to have an overview and an update for the court, because there's always uncertainty about the economy. And we wanted to get an update from the Federal Reserve on their economic outlook. We heard at one of our conferences, we heard from Dr. Coronado, and he had given an economic outlook and this was like in Austin. We were in Austin, and we thought, we have this resource right here in El Paso. Why aren't we tapping into it to come give us these updates for the court? So.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Jose Leon. I'm an assistant economist here at our El Paso branch, and I'm joined by my colleague, Manuela. She's part of our communications and outreach team. And like you mentioned, Roberto Coronado, he's our senior economist, and he also leads our branch here in El Paso, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to be here today. He's in our Dallas office. So I have just a few slides to share with you our perspective on the El Paso economy, but before that, I wanted to briefly talk about the Federal Reserve Bank, who we are and what we do. But before that, this is our disclaimer. These views are expressed on my own, and they don't necessarily reflect the official position of the Federal Reserve System. So with that, so the Federal Reserve is the central bank of the United States. We were established in 1913 by Congress, and we were established to address a series of bank panics and economic issues that the country was facing around that time. The Federal Reserve has 5 key responsibilities. We're mostly known for conducting monetary policy, for setting the interest rate to make sure that our economy continues to grow at a stable pace. But we also help maintain the stability of the financial system. We supervise and regulate some financial institutions. We foster our payment system. We make sure that transactions, dollar transactions occur in a safe and efficient manner. And finally, we also promote consumer protection and community development. So we make sure that banks are lending in a fair manner. And we also do a lot of research on the issues that impact the low and moderate income households. So those are our 5 responsibilities. When the central bank was established in 1913, the framers really wanted to make sure that power was not centralized. So they created these 3 key entities or structures. So first, there's the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. They're located in Washington, D.C. There are 7 governors on this board that are appointed by the president and confirmed by Congress, and they oversee the operations of the Federal Reserve System and report directly to Congress. The framers also decided to divide the country up into 12 districts. Each of these districts has a Federal Reserve Bank president that leads these districts, and so these 2 entities come together at the Federal Open Market Committee. So the 7 Board of Governors and the 12 Reserve Bank presidents come together at the FOMC to conduct monetary policy. They meet about 8 times a year. They actually just concluded their meeting yesterday. But they meet, they discuss the economy of the country, and they decide what to do in terms of interest rates. Like I mentioned, there are 12 districts in the country. Each of these districts is in charge of providing financial services to the institutions within its territory, and for supervising these institutions. They are also responsible for conducting research on the economy of the territories that they represent. So when the districts were created in 1913, most of the population and the trade of our country was concentrated on the East Coast. So that's why most of the districts are concentrated on the East Coast, and the districts on the western part of the country are much larger. But there are 12 districts in the country and 24 branches. Our El Paso office belongs to the Dallas district. The Dallas district represents all of Texas, southern New Mexico, and northern Louisiana. We have 3 branches, Houston, San Antonio, and El Paso. El Paso was the first one established in the district, and it was established in 1918, so we just celebrated our centennial last year. Our office is located just a few blocks from here. We're on Main Street. And we are the only branch located along the U.S.-Mexico border, so a lot of the research that we do, that my boss, Roberto Coronado, conducts, is focused on the U.S.-Mexico border economies and on trade. Like I mentioned earlier, the Federal Open Market Committee is when each of these 12 Reserve Bank presidents and the 7 board governors come together. They meet about 8 times a year. They discuss the economic and financial conditions of the country, and they decide how to proceed on monetary policy. So our district, like I mentioned, we represent the state of Texas, southern New Mexico, northern Louisiana. Our bank president is Robert Kaplan. He's been our president since 2015. Prior to coming to the Federal Reserve Bank, he was a professor at Harvard, and he's authored several books on leadership. He oversees the Dallas Fed operations and all of its 1,200 employees. He is also represents us at the Federal Open Market Committee. So our office does research, of course, on the U.S. economy, but because of our unique location, there are 3 areas where we have distinctive expertise. So the state of Texas has a lot of energy activities, so we have a whole team of economists that do research just on energy. Because Texas is the largest exporting state, we also do a lot of research on trade. And again, because of our strategic location, we do a lot of research on the US-Mexico border economy and on immigration. So each of the 12 reserve banks and all of the 24 branch offices has a board of directors. In this, when selecting the board of directors, we want to make sure that we select a diverse set of members, not just diverse in terms of gender and ethnicity, but we also want to make sure that these board members represent the industries that drive our economy and that they represent all of the regions of our territory. So on our board here in El Paso, we have Julio Chu. He is our chair. Currently, he is from El Paso and he is in the medical device manufacturing industry. We also have Richard Folger, who is from Midland, Texas, and he is in the energy industry. We have Tracy Yellen with the Paso del Norte Community Foundation. She brings us a lot of information on the nonprofit institutes in our region. We also have Mr. Paul Foster. He shares a lot of information on energy and retail. We also have Miss Sally Hurt-Deitch with the Hospitals of Providence. She brings a lot of information on the healthcare industry, not just in our region, but the industry in the nation. We also have Teresa Molina. She's a banker from Deming, New Mexico, so she provides us with a lot of anecdotal information on the banking industry, but also on agriculture. And then we also have Dr. William Serrata with El Paso Community College. He provides us a lot of information on education. So our district does a lot of outreach to inform the public on our organization, on who we are and what we do, but we also engage in a lot of meetings with stakeholders to gather information from them and to see what they are seeing in the economy. So in terms of informing our stakeholders, we do a lot of research to prepare our president for the FOMC meeting. So we do a lot of research on our regional economy, but a byproduct of this is that we do a lot of presentations. We also have a lot of publications on our website that are free and available to the public. We produce a monthly report on the El Paso economy and all of the other major metros in the state of Texas, a report on Texas, the US, Mexico. We also have reports on southern New Mexico. And we also have a lot of reports. We do a lot of financial literacy. So we have reports that are free and available to the public regarding that. Like I mentioned, we also, for us, it's also important to hear from our stakeholders. So as economists, we analyze a lot of data, but often the data is lagged. So in order to get a better perspective on what's going on in the economy and to get a more complete picture, we engage in a lot of meetings with stakeholders. We have industry roundtables where we'll sit with executives from a certain industry and ask them a series of questions. They'll provide us information on what they're doing in terms of hiring, what they're seeing in terms of demand for their products in that industry, wages, all sorts of information. We also gather information from our board of directors. And we also have a really important relationship with Banco de Mexico. The Mexican economy is very important, not just to us in El Paso, but also to the Texas economy. So we meet with officials from the Mexican Central Bank a couple of times a year, and we gather a lot of really good information from them. So that's very briefly, that's just some brief information on the Federal Reserve in our office here in El Paso. In terms of the El Paso economy. So when we think about the El Paso economy, we think of 6 major economic drivers. Of course, first there's the US economy. We're part of the US, so what happens at the national level has an impact on us here in El Paso. But because we're a border city, Mexico's economy is also very important to us. The maquiladora activity in Ciudad Juarez has a large impact on our economy in El Paso. But cross-border shopping and retail activity are also big drivers of our economy in El Paso. Government employment is also a big driver. About 1 in 5 employees in El Paso is in the government sector. And finally, we recently have seen a lot of growth in healthcare, and we now think of that as a driver of our economy. All of these drivers are currently performing steady to solid. And we can see that in our El Paso Business Cycle Index. So this index is produced by the Dallas Fed, and it gives us a really broad view of the El Paso economy. It's composed of 4 indicators: employment, unemployment, retail sales, and wages. So currently the index is growing at an annualized rate of 2.5%. And as you can see from the chart that the index has been growing pretty much since 2010. So we've had pretty solid growth in El Paso for the last couple of years. And one of the reasons why the index has been expanding is because of our growth in the labor market. And I guess I should mention here that when we talk about El Paso, we're talking about the metropolitan statistical area. So that includes all of El Paso County, but also Hudspeth County. But of course, most of the economic activity is in El Paso. So one of the reasons our business cycle index has been expanding is because of this solid labor market growth that we've had in our metro area. So currently we have data for the first 4 months of the year, so through April, and we've seen that El Paso is growing at an annualized rate of 1.9%. So we've added about 2,000 jobs in the first 4 months of the year. Typically El Paso grows at about 1.5%, so it grows faster than the US. So the US jobs usually expand about 1% a year, but it grows slower than Texas. Texas usually expands by about 2% a year. So El Paso is typically right in the middle at 1.5%. We're currently growing faster than our long-term average of 1.5%. And when we look at the jobs that we've been creating over the last year and a half, we've seen pretty broad-based growth. Like I mentioned before, we've added about 2,000 jobs in the first 4 months of 2019. Most of the growth is coming from construction, leisure and hospitality, and education and health services. And I think that makes sense for our community. There's a lot of construction, infrastructure, new hotels that are coming into town, school bond projects. There's also leisure and hospitality growth also makes a lot of sense. The new hotels, new restaurants that have come into our region. And education and health services, most of that growth is from health services, and that's a trend that we've been seeing for the last couple of years. We've seen growth in government. This year it's growing at a rate of 1.2%, but most of that is concentrated in federal government. And we've seen declines in manufacturing, but that's a trend that we've seen over the last couple of years. So we've had pretty solid labor market growth in El Paso over the last couple of years, and that's placed downward pressure on our unemployment rate. So our unemployment rate is currently 3.6%. So this is the lowest that it's been since the series started in 1990. It's also finally on par with the unemployment rate of Texas and that of the US. We've heard anecdotal information that our labor market's really tight. I think there was also an article in the El Paso Inc. recently that talked about how Julio's Cafe couldn't expand to the hours that it wanted to because they just couldn't find the workers. So we have a really tight labor market. We have seen some wage pressures. So our wages in El Paso have been increasing slightly, but there's still a very large gap between our wages in El Paso and those of the state of Texas. I think our wages are around $700, and those are average weekly wages. And for the state of Texas, that average is at about $1,100. I mentioned earlier that maquiladora activity in Ciudad Juarez is a big driver of our economy. So typically the manufacturing is done in Ciudad Juarez, and El Paso provides the services to these manufacturers. I think this chart clearly shows that strong relationship. In orange, we have our maquiladora employment, and in blue, we have our business cycle index, and this chart shows how they closely follow each other. We've done some research on this connection, and what we found is that when there's a 10% increase in manufacturing output in Ciudad Juarez, that results in a 3% increase in employment in El Paso. So Ciudad Juarez manufactures the products, but El Paso provides a lot of the services, transportation services, warehousing services, accounting services, finance, insurance, and real estate services. And so what we've seen over the last couple of years is that El Paso's services industries have expanded, and that's beneficial for our economy because the services jobs tend to pay higher wages than the manufacturing jobs. So maquiladora activity is relatively strong. The data that I'm showing here is through February. Employment in manufacturing in February was at an all-time high of about 285,000, 290,000 jobs. I also mentioned earlier about the importance of cross-border retail for our economy in El Paso. And cross-border shopping is crucial to our economy. Our research shows that about 10 to 15% of our retail sales in El Paso are attributed to the Mexican shopper. Something that we've seen in the past is that when the dollar appreciated or got more expensive, we typically saw a decline in retail sales in El Paso. And I think you can see that in 2008, 2009, when the dollar spikes up in orange, you see the decline in retail sales, which is in blue in this chart. However, that's something that we haven't really seen with this latest appreciation of the dollar. Despite the fact that the dollar has gotten more expensive, the retail sales in El Paso are relatively steady. So we think that may be partially attributed to the fact that the Juarez economy is really strong with so much manufacturing activity that may have shielded our retail sales, that people may still be coming across to shop despite the fact that the dollar is so expensive. And also a lot of the manufacturing executives get paid in dollars. And I think part of this may also be due to the fact that our own El Paso economy has gotten stronger, and we've seen increases in our per capita income. So that may also be the reason why we haven't seen the deep decline in retail sales that we would have expected with this strong appreciation of the dollar. So I also mentioned the importance of health to our economy. So a couple of years ago, the Dallas Fed looked at the major metros in Texas and the state of Texas, and we looked at the industry clusters that were driving these economies. So in this chart, we are looking at the El Paso industry clusters. So this chart is organized by location quotient on the vertical axis and by employment growth on the horizontal axis. So location quotient measures how concentrated an industry is relative to the US. So those clusters that have a location quotient above 1, that means that we have a higher concentration of that in El Paso than the average city. So those clusters that are located in the star quadrant are not only fast growing, but we also have more of those. And so that's where our health services cluster is located. So I think this next chart shows the growth in health services a bit more clearly. So from 2008 to 2018, total employment in El Paso has increased by 14%. And in that same time period, health services has grown by over 50%. So we currently have over 42,000 workers in this sector. Of course, the largest healthcare providers are Tenet Healthcare and Las Palmas. So we think that the growth is being driven by a lot of their expansions. We've seen a lot of hospital expansions in El Paso. We've also had a lot of expansion of the urgent healthcare facilities in our region. But I think the growth is also driven by the expansion of our new medical institutions, the new medical school, the nursing school, and we certainly believe that the dental school will also contribute to this growth, given that the schools are really trying to attract students from our region and hoping that they'll stay here. So we are expecting this sector to continue to grow over the next couple of years. And this is really beneficial for our community because the health sector tends to pay above the average weekly wages. So these jobs are higher paying than the average job in El Paso. So just to wrap things up, we have continued to see expansion in our El Paso economy. We've had solid job gains over the last couple of years, but there are some challenges. The strength of the dollar could deter retail sales or shoppers from Mexico from coming to shop in our retail facilities. And there is a lot of uncertainty regarding trade policy, and that could hamper investment in our region. But on the upside, there is, despite all of the uncertainty, we're still continuing to see steady manufacturing activity in Mexico and in Ciudad Juarez. And we have seen a big expansion of our healthcare sector. And like I mentioned, those jobs pay above average wages, and we also have seen a lot of growth in the construction sector, which also tends to pay wages that are slightly above average. So with that, I think we have a few minutes for questions. I'd be happy to answer any that you all have. And I'd also like to mention that, I mentioned this earlier, that we do have some publications on our website that are free. We have a monthly report on the El Paso economy. It usually comes out in the last week of the month. So it'll be produced, it'll be on our website, dallasfed.org, next week.
We did an excellent job.
Thank you.
For 3 weeks.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner. One question in reference to the 700 wages paid here in this region as compared to Texas at 1,100. Is that adjusted for cost of living? What would the difference be?
No, they're not adjusted by cost of living. I think the one of the reasons that we have our lower wages here in El Paso is the breakdown of our industries. So we have a large portion of our workforce is employed in retail and food services. So those are industries that tend to pay lower wages.
And like the judge said, excellent presentation. I don't know if this slide presentation was provided to us, but if not, can you send us a copy of that?
Sure, we'll make sure to.
Yes, sir.
You got it?
Yes.
sir.
Okay, disregard.
Commissioner Fitness.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And, I hope we can get these types of presentations on a regular basis because they are very helpful. And I do think that it's important for county officials and city officials and to just have a general awareness of what's going on with the economy as a whole. One question I had was, in light of all the recent federal policies here at the border, we've heard from a lot of business folks that there's a concern that many of the manufacturing operations, and I saw the decrease in manufacturing, which has been happening for several years, but there was a concern that El Paso was losing some of the manufacturing operations here just because of the difficulties that we're having here with long wait times and other federal policies that are currently exacerbating those wait times, and that they're moving to other communities such as Laredo, or they're also shifting their operations to airlines and to train operations and other things. Is that something that you all have looked at? I mean, when we look at the decline in manufacturing, I know it's a trend, but I also, as an El Pasoan, I'm concerned that we're missing out on a lot of opportunities or losing businesses to other communities because of what's happening at our border. And I don't think that local elected officials are talking enough about that, because I think it's going to have significant ramifications for our labor market here in our community. But is that something that you all track or observe, that perhaps is El Paso losing manufacturing sector, but it's growing in other communities such as Laredo?
So I think what the research that we've done shows is that since NAFTA, all of the Texas border communities have posted job losses in manufacturing. And this was very unfortunate because a lot of the workers that were in manufacturing in these border communities didn't have the skills to re-enter the workforce. So they were permanently displaced. However, since then, we've seen that manufacturing has grown on the Mexican side of the border, but on the U.S. side, the border cities have had a large expansion in the services sector. And so we've seen that with this expansion in the services sector, we've seen growth in per capita income in all of the Texas border cities. So we've seen that they are starting to close the gap that exists between the US per capita income and the border city per capita income. And we've also seen declines in the unemployment rate. So we used to have unemployment rates that were around 10%. Now they're a lot closer to the national average. So that's a little bit on the US side. And then in terms of the Mexican side, with all of the long wait times that we've recently heard about, what I just recently read a report from the Mexican, from Index. They are the Association of Maquiladoras in Ciudad Juarez. So they talked a little bit about how they did lose some employees in March. So the chart that I showed only had data through February, but they did post some losses in manufacturing in March, but they attributed those to the new federal administration laws where wages along the northern Mexican border have had to increase. So these facilities were moving to central Mexico to kind of avoid having to pay those higher wages. But they also mentioned that there were 2 facilities in Ciudad Juarez that were planning expansions, so that they were expecting to again increase their employment levels in the coming months. So we've heard a little bit about that. We also did hear that during the crisis, we've heard that cargo wait times during the height of the crisis, they were about 12 to 18 hours, but we've heard that they've now come down to closer to average, 2 to 4 hours is what we've heard from our contacts. And we did hear that they were, some of them were trying to use air to transport their goods, but they can only do that if the good is small enough. They can't do that for the larger goods, and I think that's also expensive. But I think that they, so what we've heard is that they're still pretty positive about the Juarez economy and the fact that it's a cost-effective and a strategic location for them to be operating in.
Well, thanks for that. Well, I think it's something we need to continue to monitor, and particularly as as it pertains to our port of entry and things like that.
Absolutely.
Have you looked at the treaty, the new treaty, and how that would impact our economy here, like changes in trends, like for example, warehousing versus manufacturing, or things that can be support? We support the growth of maquiladora. What would some of those trends be for El Paso? Is there any changes with the treaty that we need to look at?
With the new NAFTA?
The new NAFTA.
You know what, I haven't really looked at it in that aspect, but I would not expect there to be big changes. I think the changes came in regards of modernizing it in regards of e-commerce, and I think there were also changes in terms of the rules of origin related to the auto industry. And of course, I haven't looked at it in detail in that manner. I wouldn't expect there to be an impact to our.
Well, I think a lot of people are talking about the logistics, that we would become more a distribution, logistics kind of center, and so yeah, anything that you feel like, any forecast that we could look at, especially for the county, like what should we be focusing on? Should we attract more warehousing, more logistics type centers, or? So I think that would be real good for us to.
We
I
can
know it's
certainly
hard
look
to
into
speculate,
that.
but
We can look into that and get back to you all.
okay.
Well, Bliss plays a vital part in the economy of El Paso,
Yes.
being the largest employer in El Paso. Have you guys ever looked at the impact of Fort Bliss if Fort Bliss were to not be here?
So we haven't looked at the impact, but I know that the Texas State Comptrollers released an economic impact of Fort Bliss and the money that it brought into our region. I don't recall the numbers off the top of my head, but I know that they do have an impact. I think what we've heard is that there's been so much investment in Fort Bliss that we don't really see that going anywhere.
Well, that's probably true, but I will tell you a little short story. Sometimes the military may play tricks on you. I was in Nuremberg, Germany, and I was still young at that time. And we built, they built a brand new PX and brand new commissary. It was open in June. I left in August. Less than a year after I left, it closed down. And you're talking about millions of dollars that invested in a brand new facility, 2 brand new facilities. So, while I like to think that it will never happen, it won't happen, but I will always think about, well, what if? What if it did happen? Because we came close to a couple of times where Fort Bliss was on the chopping block. One was in 90. Carl, help me out. 95?
Yeah.
95, when we had the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment left Fort Bliss and moved to Colorado. And then this last round of back where we picked up the 1st Armored Division, but we lost that in school to Fort Sill. So, there's always, sometimes we never know or understand the rationale behind some of the decisions that we made. We think it doesn't make sense that it would do that. Based on what you just said, because with this last round of BRAC, it was $6 billion invested in Fort Bliss, one hospital and construction in Fort Bliss, but always use the example of when I was in Nuremberg, wasn't the magnitude of $6 billion, but it was in the multi-millions of dollars that was invested. And then they closed down the facility.
And you're right, it certainly is a big driver of our economy, and I didn't mention this earlier, but just like health services pays above average wages, those federal government jobs also are a really positive for our community because they also tend to pay well. But I can share with you that economic impact, and it was done recently. I don't remember if it's 2017 or 2018, but it's done by the Texas Comptroller, and they have all of the numbers and what the impact is.
Yeah, I think the point is that we keep it in front of our community, constantly for them to understand. We sort of forget. It's almost like Juarez. It's like a border, right? Fort Bliss, we've got Mexico,
We take them for granted.
but we do have to let people know the importance of that. I think we do great as a community to understand, but I think just having just to see the impact every year in front of us would be very helpful.
Yes. I can certainly pass those along.
Judge, I also wanted to add on to, I believe, one of the questions Commissioner Leone asked about wages. As follow-up and kind of further digging into the local wage situation, we are working with Workforce Solutions Borderplex to bring a presentation as part of that economic development session that we're having. We're bringing them in. They've done a recent study about local wages and to help guide us both internally on what we're doing to set wages and how we're using wages in economic development agreements. So we're bringing a study in that I think the court will really get some value out of based on some of the questions that you had as well.
And that's a question, do you guys work with Workforce Solutions?
We do. We work really closely with them. The analysts from the Workforce Solutions and I were part of the El Paso Collaborative for Academic Excellence. And so together we've come up with some indicators for economic prosperity in our region. And that was part of it, the wage study. So they've done a lot. So we do work closely with them and with the Borderplex Economic Alliance as well.
I think that'd be real helpful when we sort of talk about the incentives and people, how much they pay and what's the strategy to get where we want to be.
This study is really going to help us, I think, focus.
Okay.
We have a lot of good information.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go to, I know we want to get to item 10, but since he's not here yet, would the court be okay if we go to item 7?
We'll have a 5-minute stretch.
A 5-minute break would be great.
Oh, yes, okay. Just a quick 5-minute break, yes.
Commissioners, court will recess for 5 minutes.
All county offices will be closed on Thursday, July 4th, in observance of the 4th of July holiday. All county offices will reopen on Friday, July 5th, 2019.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http:// www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 7, receive a presentation by the Budget and Fiscal Policy Department in regards to the capital improvement program ongoing replacement needs.
Judge, Commissioners, Walter Mark with the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. I'm just going to introduce one of my team members, Danielle Chavez. She eats, sleeps, and drinks CIP is one of her main projects. So she is my office's subject matter expert on it. To include, she's recently given us redrafts of the CIP policy that the court will be considering next month as well for some updates. So with that, I'd like to turn over to Ms. Danielle Chavez. She's got the presentation.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners.
Give us 1 second. You know how lately we've had pictures of El Paso in all of our presentations? Mm-hmm. This is really forward thinking. They're thinking forward about 50 years, I think. We'll be surrounded by water.
By water. This is just got
and I told it. I see the same thing this morning. It's going to be Meadows.
Okay, so the things that we'll be talking about today are the request and funding history, some county comparisons that I have done, the most common replacement items that we've been getting requests from the last 5 years, annual cost estimates for those ongoing replacement items, benefits of funding from maintenance and operations versus debt. So CIP request and approved amounts. For the average in the last 5 years, we've averaged roughly $39.1 million in request, and we've only averaged allocating 4.69. So you can see that we're only about 12% funding what our requests are. This year for FY20, our request came in at $65.9 million, and we're still working that number, but again, we only have the 4.8 that we can allocate for those requests that are coming in.
Before you go further, Danielle, I just want to, based on our earlier conversations, I want to explain for the new members of the court, and just as a refresher, So every year departments have operating budgets to do things like paper, pencils, fuel, utilities. But what we don't allocate is we allocate them a small amount for replacing certain equipment that they use in their office less than $500, $500 to $5,000. I'm sorry, over $500 but less than $5,000. So like chairs wear out, printers wear out, things of that nature. Printers aren't a good example, but what this is for items above $5,000 once a year. Departments submit to budget everything that they need that's valued at above $5,000 and below $500,000. Correct, Danielle?
Any new item
that they need, or even a replacement of an item in those dollar amounts. Well, as you see, we received $65 million worth of requests, and we have $4.8 million to allocate per year. So it's definitely does not cover the needs. As she mentioned, 12% of our needs. This CIP, when we talk about the penny, it's a penny tax that the court approved in 2015, fiscal year 15, to be dedicated for this purpose. And the reason why the court approved it is, one, because of the need, and two, because instead of going out and issuing debt and paying interest on replacing computers, replacing cars, computers don't last 20 to 30 years, but that's how long our debt lasts. And that's how we used to fund some of this equipment, or it would go unfunded. The court said, we'll allocate this penny for this purpose to start replacing these items. But now what we're finding, and what Danielle's going to go over, is the penny is not enough. So, sorry, Danielle. Just wanted to give that history.
And if I can say one
It's
thing.
like a tagline, the penny is not enough.
Yes.
So I can, just to add on to what Betsy's comment was, is even though we may have issued debt in the past, that debt will be laddered in accordance with the useful life of the asset. It's an important point to make.
Yes.
So the county comparisons, Harris County, they have a tax rate of 0.416556. They use cash for their items that have a 1 to 5 year life cycle. And for everything else, they use the commercial paper line of credit. Their county, they have a tax rate of 0.296862. They actually issue a debt service tax rate. They fund 90 to 95% of capital items through debt financed. And an average new money from certificates of obligation is $100 million to fund capital needs. Travis County, they have a tax rate of 0.341200, and they use cash to fund capital equipment and large one-time projects generated from ongoing property tax revenue, and currently it's at $50 million. Dallas County, they have a tax rate of 0.232491, 3.946 cents for major capital development fund for major facility items and projects. 1.933 cents of their tax are for major IT fund. This I kind of found interesting because it does include salaries, so they've taken their whole IT department and funded it through this 1.933 cent. They are noticing though that as the years have come, it's not enough money for their operating needs as well as salaries. So they have had to go into general fund for those other items that don't cover under this fund. And then 0.18 cent for permanent improvement fund, and that's for small improvement projects for facilities. And then us, El Paso County, our tax rate 0.447819, and we have allocated us 1 cent for capital improvement fund. So here's some of the items that we get that departments request on an annual basis. Computers, printers, scanners, PC, laptops, surfaces. Vehicles to include light and heavy equipment, radios, which are handheld and the in-vehicle ones, stenography machines, in-motion, ADA, space allocation, HVAC units, miscellaneous sheriff security protective gear, for example, body cameras, tasers, the e-ticket machines, and printers, copiers, the Escarate holiday light decorations, specialty paving projects, park improvements, sidewalks, doors, and new position fund for new FFE. So here's just kind of a breakdown as to those amounts for those items that we get. Computers, annually we've been allocating 1.463, and that's to include again printers, scanners, PCs, laptops, Surface. Our vehicles, light and heavy equipment, $3 million. Another big one, facility and IT contingency, 1.1 million. So a total funding of 8.3 million.
So how she compiled this is we looked at the requests that are coming in, we looked at our total quantity of items that we have in these categories, and we looked at those, again, those things that are recurring year in and year out. So, you know, even though HVAC is only $160,000 a year, when you look at HVAC, we've got 50 or
over 40 buildings.
Yeah, So when you look at the number of units on each facility, we've got to do a regular HVAC replacement. So for those things that we get common requests on, or things we know are coming up in the future, like a P25 radio replacement, things of that nature, the equivalent of ongoing normal items is just under 8.4 cents, and that equates to 2 pennies in property taxes.
So the benefits of funding from maintenance and operation versus debt, cost avoidance of issuing 8.4 of certificates of obligation. We'd have a bond issuance cost of $172,875, an interest cost of $1.5 million, and total avoidance would be roughly $1.76 million.
And that's on an 8-year average life note. So we looked at some assets that have 5 or 6 years, other assets that have 10 or 12 years, but the average on a note of this nature is about 8 years. So this is actual runs from the market on Friday afternoon on what an 8-year note would cost us.
So this is, the reason why this, can you go back up to your list, Danielle?
This one?
This one's fine. So these things that get asked for on an annual basis, this is in addition to still needing the penny. So from my perspective, this is an operational capital. You know that these costs are going to come up every single year. So we should have a plan for them. And these are things that, you know, copy machines, the radios, the stenography machines, computers. We should have a source of funding for those and a plan. The other items that come up, some examples of some other items that come up that would not be part of this, that we would continue to use the penny for example, is a piece of equipment in the kitchen at JPD. A $25,000 fridge freezer goes out. That's something, or is about to go out. That is something we use the penny for, because it doesn't come up every year. It has a much longer lifespan. A facility security alarm. That might not come up every single year. Danielle, you can probably help me with this, but I'm just looking through some of these things that come up. A portable vehicle lift. That's not something that comes up every single year, but we had a need for a portable vehicle lift. And these are the ones that we don't have a funding source for or a plan, because they're not, we don't know that we're gonna need a new toolbox out in facility or fleet maintenance, you know, because it's not, they have a long lifespan and it's not something that comes up annually. So, you know, those are some examples of some things that come up. Right, those should be in the, what we call the penny. And in my opinion, these should be an ongoing operating capital budget. So, and again, when you go back down to the total, which is over $8 million, we're looking at pretty much 2 cents of a tax rate.
Even like specialty paving projects, it just doesn't seem like it fits there.
Well, those come up all the time when there's something that comes up that needs paving. Sports park, where there might be an area we need paving.
Yeah, resurfacing parking lot.
Resurfacing, yeah. What we call specialty paving.
The crack and seal program, the 5-year.
But it makes sense in this program, but it just seems
out of place.
Well, see,
More
well-
like an operational.
Right now, we're doing it, or we're getting these requests for this program, but that's what I'm saying is this
Yeah.
should be an ongoing operating capital. For example, I think it's I'm gonna use facility maintenance as an example. ADA improvements, HVAC units, modifications to existing space, they do that every single year. That's part of what they do. That's part of their operations. And Wally and I have had this discussion. This should be a part of their ongoing budget. We know that things break when you use a building. Why do they have to come to us? Go through this process to get the money, then to go to and it delays us. It slows us down as well. But they come in with interim request to fix an air conditioner that has burned out.
Of these, which is like a good fit that you say that's really belongs to? Which item?
So all of these are ongoing. I feel like all of these, every single one of these items on here, every single one of these items on here are operating capital. Even that, what we call specialty paving projects, that crack seal program, that's ongoing. You do that to maintain your roads. Like, that shouldn't be a specialty project.
There should be things that we don't anticipate, and then we can have that money allocated, but not to things that should be in an operational budget.
Right. So we're trying to do both out of that one penny, and it doesn't work. I do believe some of these, for example, I do believe that some of these, it doesn't necessarily go into the department's budget. It still should be reviewed and made sure that there's a plan to our approach. But it's a different type of ongoing operation versus what we have this committee, and we have subject matter experts. Chris gets everything technology and reviews all the requests for technology, no matter what department submitted it. Norma gets anything to do with infrastructure, buildings, facilities, and she and her team, or streets, and she and her team review those. Wally and I review small to medium equipment. Houghton reviews all requests for any types of fleet-related equipment. And you have $4.8 million to work with, and you have, for example, we don't do any, it's rare we get heavy equipment in this funding. We might get a water truck or a street sweeper, but those right there, right, and the deck mowers even, those right there eat up $3 million. By the time we do replacing.
It would make sense that it would come here and then it would leave this. For example, the Escarate holiday lights. Like, you decided to do it, you do it, but now it's going to be ongoing, and you move it out and put it into the operation budget. Because now we understand what is ongoing, and then you have money for things that might be coming at us that we didn't expect. So,
And some of these won't last forever. For example, we're working on a plan to lease copiers instead of own them. Deborah talked to you all about the pilot project for that. Eventually, we'll get our holiday lights up to a level that we're starting at ground zero, because almost every display we have is many, many, many years old. And we put a lot of work into getting them to work. So, and eventually it'll be sidewalk maintenance instead of putting in sidewalks. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. One thing that we didn't add on this section that we said would possibly, one thing that we discussed, we didn't put on here, because it's not every year, but we have had a lot of them, is roofs. Replacing roofs. That's something we get every single year through this process.
The repaving of the front entrance, shouldn't go here, or?
The repaving to the entrance of the courthouse?
Not ongoing, because it's that one's
But we have that
more
funding.
intermittent.
But that's great.
But that's an example of something that comes up from time to time.
Because if we don't get to a routine replacement of those items that are ongoing, the special items that come up, that pop up every so often, vehicle inspection machine, vehicle lift, we'll never make our way to those, and it'll always be just only doing ongoing items and not those specialty items.
When, and when we said there was $65 million in request, I think there was over 260 items requested. Different items. And, you know, each request, when I say over 260 or 250, one item might be requesting, you know, 5 vehicles for the sheriff's patrol or something of that nature.
25 radios.
And most of the time, we're facing things like things being obsolete. A lot of times. So we have to prioritize those items, and we never get to the things that we think we should also be doing. Go down one more slide on the average price. And when we did this, as we went through, Danielle both reached out to departments to discuss these items. But we also looked at, for example, stenography machines. How many are there in the county? And what's their lifespan? And if we replaced a portion of them every year, what would that equate to?
I think this covers like six every
machines a
year. Because their lifespan is 8 years, so every 6
Yeah,
years.
40 of them.
Right.
The radios, we have several hundred.
So Betsy, what would you like to see that happens here?
I would like the court to be advised of this as we head into budget. To realize we need a funding source for these ongoing replacement items. And we either do it through additional revenue, or we need to look at, cutting from somewhere else, but I mean, this is a significant cost.
Well, what I like about what you're proposing is that then every department has to understand and forecast the cost. And like if they know they spend on doors, like that one really stands out. I mean, if they're gonna be fixing doors, they know what they should be spending on. And then they should project their budget, then you know that's their budget, that includes everything. But if it's thrown in here, then it's sort of, we're not understanding the budget correctly of certain departments. Because it's on this other side of the ledger.
We would, now generally, we don't put the money into the department. Like say, for example, JPD, we are doing a big door project with JPD. We don't put the money into their budget because they only get it this 1 year. Next year, the doors, we replace, say, 10 doors throughout the county every year. One might be on JP 6-2's portable. One might be because the door is worn out there. One might be at an annex. So, because we don't know which department it's going to necessarily happen in, we put it, that would go into facilities.
But then facilities can budget properly.
Correct.
So. Okay.
So overall, if we did it this route, using the method of going debt-wise, saying, you know, let's move the penny over or add the pennies to the debt side, that right there, over the term of the debt, although we'd issue roughly 2 cents over the term, $8.4 million worth of assets, we're gonna end up spending 10.2 on an 8-year bond.
Because we interest and bond issuance costs.
Bid equipment costs. Improvement costs.
And again, I guess you'll look into what's the shortest time we can pay that. I mean, have you all ever, is there, I don't know, like a 5-year?
And again,
term?
that might be a commercial paper.
I'll talk options with my financial advisor as far as what we're seeing out there in the industry and what appears to be the most feasible.
Right, commercial papers, that's in here.
Okay.
That's it. Plant that seed and view that presentation.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
It was 15 minutes out, 10 minutes ago. So if you get your mouth.
You know what's and you know, just because, and I appreciate the comparison of the tax rate, you know, with the other entities, but you know, and that's been a, you know, a concern of mine, and I think something that I bring up every budget, because this doesn't even take into consideration that we also collect the money that we do in sales tax, which is about an additional $45 million. You know, I know a lot of this is sort of a function of just the size of their property tax base. You know, Bexar County has the luxury of having a 29-cent county tax rate, but yeah, when you have, you know, our $45 billion property tax base pales in comparison to their $170 billion tax rate, and that's why they're able to, but, you know, I mean, it's something that I've been trying to do, you know, every year as, you know, I get more familiar with the budget, is just to make sure that our operations are in line proportionally, I guess, like with what other counties pay. You know, and I think that's something that we always have to be vigilant about, you know, particularly if we're going to consider increases into the tax rate on the debt side. You know, I think that's why, you know, the Dr. Fabello study I think is going to be very important, is that, you know, we got to make sure that we're minimizing costs to the greatest extent possible, you know, in all these areas, and make sure that, you know, roughly, you know, as public safety, you know, yeah, that probably accounts for 50% of any county's budget, you know, but I think that's something that we have to be vigilant about, is making sure that there's no one area that's kind of out of line of, you know, but thanks for that comparison.
Everybody else does industry standards, you know, so in any organization, we always look at what are the industry standards. If you don't hold those benchmarks, and you're sort of doing things in a vacuum instead of understanding the.
But there are certain areas, you know, like I'll say, like I mean, with public defender. I mean, our public defender's budget is probably, you know, double or triple even in some of these large counties. But I don't necessarily see that as a bad thing. I mean, they're facing lawsuits that that we're not.
But if you take that into consideration,
you know, yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Daniel.
Would you all like to see if we can't get we could either do item number 11, which will probably be fairly quick, or we could wait 5 minutes to see if Dr. Fabello is here to get started with Dr. Fabello.
Well, 11 I think would be.
Okay, let me see if, I know Ramon wanted to come over to help me with this one.
Council, I think council judge is supposed to be about 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Get together at 1.
Okay, well, Dr. Fabello will probably be here about 12:40.
Yeah, about 12:35 roughly.
We don't have them on a GPS to see who.
We just installed this shit.
Hopeton's got it on the fleet view.
I think, let me see.
I just responded, I cannot speed Hopeton, okay?
Okay.
Item number 11, receive a presentation and provide direction on a new El Paso County Outstanding Citizen Award, which will be presented annually.
Judge, Commissioners, this item, Ramon helped us put together. Several of you over the years have mentioned to me about a way to recognize the most exemplary, outstanding citizen with some kind of an award that would have a little more prestige than, for example, we have right now a flag program where Commissioners Court can recognize individuals. You can always do it through a resolution. But members of the court have expressed to me an interest in picking an individual every year to be recognized for each member of the court, to be just honored as an outstanding citizen. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ramon to go through this proposed program. And we're looking for your feedback on this today. We've tried to leave it open and flexible, but we'd like your feedback on this proposal.
In researching what the county has done in the past, we have found that there was no exemplary citizen award that the county has ever given out before. A long time ago, in jest and seriousness, they gave out the Admiral of the Navy, of the El Paso Navy Award. I don't know if any of you all remember that. But it was an Admiral of the Navy of the Rio Grande, and they would give it to people jokingly and seriously at the same time. And so what we've come up with is a program that each one of the Commissioners Court members will get one nominee to give out at the end of the year. It is at your discretion, but it does get reviewed by county administration to see if it's the right person, if it's somebody who did good for the community. I don't want to compare it to the Conquistador Award that the city gives, but it's sort of along those lines, and we want it to be real prestigious. You all will have until October 20th to find the person you want to nominate and select, and we'll vet them. We'll discuss them. We'll run it by everybody so that everybody's on board, because we want it to be something for people that do good for the community. And it can be anybody from a business owner to a teacher to a mother, a father, a soldier, a teenager that's doing the good things, people that are feeding the hungry, whichever way you all want to do it. We will draft up a submission form, a nomination form, and you will be able to nominate that person, and we'll look at it and we'll study it. And we want to make the selection sometime in November. What the award will be is we have worked out with Mesa Trophies. We will get a Lady Justice statue. It's about almost a foot and a half tall, with the base on it where we'll put the plaque with the person's name, the year they got the award, and we'll present it to them. We'll give them a flag at the same time, one of the flags that has been flown over the courthouse. And then we're going to set up a display similar to what's on the wall out here in the lobby area where the women's wall of honor is. And we'll set those up in another part out here in the lobby area. And the names of the winners will be up there every year by year, every time of the year. So it'll be 5 people every year. And we want to make the presentation in December, in the last meeting of the Commissioners Court for December. And then we'll do it every year if you all agree.
Go just a second. And I want to clarify something. Ramon, we said we would review the nominations. Our office won't be reviewing them or questioning a Commissioner's Court, because you will have one nominee. Each one of you will nominate someone, and your person you nominate will be selected for one of the awards. So at that meeting in December, there would be 5 honorees per year. Each member of the court would have their own honoree. Because what in my discussions with you all about this everybody values different things, and we have a lot of exemplary citizens in our community. But one commissioner may want to pick a coach from a state championship team, high school state championship team. One commissioner may want to pick somebody from a nonprofit who really helped with some kind of community issue, and we don't want to weigh one of those over the other. We want you to select who you think is worthy of the award, and submit it. And what we're going to do is we'll then take your submission to order. We need the time to order the trophy, order the plaque, order the nameplates, and be ready for the meeting. And I believe we actually said it'd be the first. Our goal is going to be to have it on the first meeting in December.
It's not the last one. I'm sorry. And if you all want to adjust the award any other way or think of other prizes you all want to give awards, we are open to discussion. And we are just setting it up.
Ramon and Betsy, I think it's a good idea. I mean, and the plan sounds very good. I know that the city doesn't do it on a yearly basis. It's just sort of like an ongoing kind of thing. They don't wait till a certain time. The size of the trophy or the maybe just a foot and a half seems kind of large, but maybe as they put it together, we can see it, so we can say it's okay.
It includes the base, a square base on the bottom, where the plaque goes, which is about this thick, and then the Lady Justice itself is about 12 inches tall, 11 inches tall. When you add the base, then it comes out to be about this tall.
It's a little, in relationship to that, Betsy and I have been talking about utilizing the lobby as a recognition for those kinds of things, for the veterans that we're doing. But I was telling you that when I went to tours, I found like somebody had a national award sort of hidden somewhere. And they'd say, wow, that's great. Oh yeah, we won this national award. I said, wow, wouldn't it be better where more people could see it? So I think this will add to this idea of recognizing people and using the lobby, because a lot of people come through it, they come visit the commissioners and they get to see who won what, and sort of like when you go into high school and you have a trophy, the trophies in the front. I think this would add to that. But I like that one of the things that helped us with the veterans, which we couldn't figure out how do we control this, and so one of the things that I asked for is that you couldn't be in a nomination unless a chapter or an association actually got you to submitted your name. So you couldn't have 10,000 people come in, and so that worked really nice because we got 19 organizations to submit a name, which means that person has already been recognized at that chapter. So we created sort of like a flow of, imagine there's 19 people already recognized even before we even start, and then we're going to get the all 19 and then come out with. But I think in this case you're right, and I thank you for the flexibility because you're right. I mean, I would feel good to not have to have such strict criteria that I'm limited to who I feel made a huge contribution to the county, or so I like that kind of openness, and and also that you respect who we believe would be a good candidate for this.
And we want to honor people, not make it a competition, which is when it's not just one person every 2 years or every 5 years.
And if you'd like to make it, we don't have to do it at a uniform time every year. If you'd like it to be, each person gets one nomination per year. What we were thinking from a practical perspective is our budget, and then we need a heads up from the member of the court in order to, it's just been my experience when you order plaques or trophies, if you rush it, you make mistakes or like you get their name wrong, which is a disservice to the person we're honoring. But making sure we get it, the plaque and the plaque ready to be posted in the county. On the plaque saying, here's who our honorees have been this year. And then also having the trophy or the statue ready to go, and also coordinating with the individual to be present. And so that's why we need some lead time. So we could change this, instead of saying certain dates, we could say, commissioner submits it to county administration. County administration will need 6 or 5 weeks to order the trophy, the plaques, and coordinate with the individual to be present for the reception of the honor.
I think, Ramon, if I'm not mistaken, the Conquistador also is like, for example, I mean, that someone just does something incredible yesterday, that he saved somebody's life or something just amazing, that you have that flexibility to say, I think this person needs to be recognized. But this would be a little different, right? This would be more something, not something that just happened to come up, but something that you've thoughtfully looked at.
And we want to make it an annual award so that people get
I like that we do it in unison. I think it's more organized. It's not sort of I pick one in December or somewhere in February. I like the idea of saying on that first week of December, we've made a decision. Because then you can handle it so much better. It sort of forces us to move in the same direction, and we don't forget, or someone doesn't pick one, I sort of like that, but what do you guys think, commissioners?
Well, I was going to suggest, again, like when you think of the Conquistador Award, it's not something that's issued every year. I wonder if maybe something we could consider is, each commissioner probably has, and judge has the option of giving it, but maybe we're just not obligated. Maybe there's just 1 year where there isn't something that particularly comes into mind, and then maybe those awards are banked. Where but let's say that next year there's 2 phenomenal individuals that stand out and we feel are deserving of that. I think that having it in at one dedicated time, I think you could run into scheduling issues, because what if one person is not available, so I think that's, maybe making it flexible to where, members of the court, but I think, hopefully, each member of the court will realize this is supposed to be for, really an outstanding, some type of recognition that it's just not issued out often, but I think that might be something of just not necessarily compelling us to award it every year, But I think that making it at the discretion of each member.
Well, just having that benefit, you know what I'm saying, that if you need it and you really want to recognize somebody, you have that process, but not necessarily that it's dictated. I was going to ask you, do we have that kind of a award for employees?
So,
do we have an outstanding employee?
We're working right now. As a matter of fact, we have had a county star program, but we didn't. Honestly, what would happen is we'd ask people to nominate someone every quarter, and we would get very few nominees or no nominees. So my office has taken that program, and we've written up a procedure for our office, and we're working on, as a matter of fact, I have it in my one-on-one meetings to present to the court, a concept, and I'm just showing you guys a quick picture, a concept where we would recognize 4 employees per quarter. And so we are working on bringing something forward to do for employees.
I hate to do something outwardly, you haven't done it inwardly.
Absolutely. And instead of waiting for nominees, we're going to use more innovative approaches to selecting the employees to be honored. Because when I go and ask people, do you have like who your stars are? People can just gush about who their stars are. I mean, they just go on and on and on. But when it comes time to taking the time to sit down and write a nomination form and submit it to a group who's going to then screen out through who's number one or who's the one to be the most recognized, worthy of recognition, it has diminished the program over time. And so we're working on more innovative ways of selecting the individuals to be recognized.
You know, you did the tour of Cementos de Chihuahua.
I didn't go, but
no, well, I mean,
yes,
but you know how they focus on recognition, and they moved away from general recognition to actually something results oriented, and that you actually see an impact of an employee's idea that actually economically impacted a situation. I know here we probably can't have an incentive, right? But in that organization, you actually get a percentage of whatever you help with. So it could be pretty substantial. I know we couldn't do that, but you know what I'm saying? That sometimes we're focusing, we're going forward as a very results-oriented commissioners court. And if you get people to also maybe it was an idea, so it's very detailed if you want to see it as to how they're able to present their idea. And then the nice thing, when they present their idea, the departments help them with that idea. For example, if it has to do with facilities, then facility actually helps that idea to be nurtured and strengthened. So you get a lot of collaboration. So anyway, I just thought if we need to coincide more with what's happening in reality with our budgets and maybe tie that in to how the employees also are aware of cost savings and things that help us. So we had cost savings or innovation or...
And I think that ties a lot into what we're hoping to do with that new position the old position that we've repurposed for the strategic performance management to really help us take employees who do that and put them into like tiers and levels of like achievement. That is part of the concept of that program. And to really recognize them and help them move their ideas forward to help us.
We even tied it into promotions. You got a
I'm getting these eyes of like staying on topic.
Oh, okay.
We should probably move on.
Yeah.
So here's what I'm hearing on this item. I know.
He's in the building.
Oh, he's in the building? Okay, then
the size of it, making sure that it's a reasonable size, making sure we're flexible on when it is given, not making it a requirement that each member of the court submit someone every, if we're at the end of the year and you haven't submitted anyone, we're not gonna force anybody to go give us their nominee. And having a little bit of flexibility on if you didn't give one last year, being able to give a couple this year.
Okay.
Okay, anything else you all want us to consider?
Okay.
Thanks for moving forward with this.
Sorry it took us so long, but we're glad.
It's okay.
Thank you, Romo. Appreciate it. Okay.
Okay, sure. Item number 10, receive a presentation from Dr. Tony Fabello with the Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute regarding an assessment on the El Paso's pretrial system.
Perfect. Oh, Dr. Flavel, welcome. We just read item 10 and you walked in, so.
Perfect timing. All right.
I don't know how we did that.
I have no idea.
No,
I tell you how in a second.
No, you guys were being tracked.
Yeah.
Since you left the
I'm sure
airport.
you're texting.
Yeah, that's right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Joel Bishop with County Administration. Glad to be here with Dr. Tony Fabello with Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute. He is going to brief you on a couple of phases in our next research project on the recidivism study and the front-end jail analysis study that he's done so far. He's still working on the indigent defense evaluation, and that'll go on through the rest of the year and into the beginning of next year. And so Tony has done, I think, some of the best research in the nation on the topic of recidivism, particularly in comparing counties. It's not just El Paso. He's done it on some of the other biggest counties in Texas. Just got back. He's been helping Galveston and others, and he's very familiar with this topic. And he's able to compare us county by county. And also, we asked him to do some work internally to give us some recommendations on where to go from here. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Fabello. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Good afternoon. I tell you how we make it, Judge. We make it because McDonald's, where I was starving because it's an hour later here, and I told Joe I cannot make it without eating something. I don't care. Let's stop at McDonald's. And he was a good sport and stopped there. And it's the first time I'm in a modern McDonald's where you walk in, there is a screen. Have you seen it, Betsy?
Yes.
First time, swipe your card, bing, bing, bing. Next thing you're sitting there, they bring the food to your table.
It's magic.
Magic. But it's a good entry to what I want to talk to you about, which is the modernization of all these county systems. Because what McDonald's has done, as you know, if you've ever been in McDonald's, is modernize their system to adapt to new technology, adapt to new demands of the people that want better services, a demand like us that needed to have 5 minutes to come in and out and leave and do it very quickly and efficiently. So I'm going to talk to you about that. What we did is a little bit more extensive than Joe make it to be. Sorry, Joe. But because we look more like recidivism, the task was to look at the whole system. So we delivered to you a 91-page report that I think is one of the most comprehensive ones that we have done for any county, looking at the pretrial system, looking at the pretrial improvement, the history of that, and trying to identify areas where you have done well, and you have in many areas, and identify areas where you need to do better and make some recommendations about that. So we gave Joe the report in May. I think it has been circulating, I hope, after all that work. And then we later in June, 1st of June, we did a supplemental to that. You're gonna see some of the numbers that we developed in that one that are pretty shocking. And I tell you right off the bat what it is, which it is your mental health population that is in jail consumes a lot of your money. So 5,000 people consume 45% of your budget, 22,000 people consume 55% of your budget. So that gives you a sense of that, and I will show you that in a second. So the three areas, and if you can tell me, George, how much time I have so I can time it, know if I need to go fast or slower, let me know so I can time that.
Well, our first goal is we'd love to have Commissioner Leon until 2.
Good.
And so
yeah, I don't need an hour.
We don't be on 2.
Okay, fine. So if I can have half an hour, I take my time. Okay. If you want to do it faster, I can do it faster. So let me review 3 things. what are the areas that are done well in El Paso? And that's important because, as you know, you have the LCLU and a lot of private money going around litigating with the counties. Dallas is under litigation. Houston, Harris County is under litigation. Galveston, they sued the county judges and the district judges. Thanks to the work that we're doing there, they dropped the litigation on the county judges. They still have the litigation on the district judges, in part because we cannot influence that a lot for some dynamics that are going there. But when I look at El Paso, you see the things that you do well, and to a great extent, you have a good shield to show the LCLU, for example, that you're doing certain key things that they're demanding because of the law. Individualized hearing when they come in with a financial assessment, you're doing that. Those are the two requirements of the O'Donnell case, and I'll show you that in a second. The third one is have a bond review hearing if you stay behind 48 hours later, and you're about to do that. And we've been talking about this for a while. And you have the ability to do a risk assessment that is administered by Joe and his people, and that's done very well. Because what they're looking at is that you cannot stay in jail just because you're poor. That is now against the U.S. Constitution, according to O'Donnell. The reason cannot be your inability to pay. You're going to have to show another reason besides that. And I will review that in a second. Then I'm going to show you areas that need attention. We have had meetings before. You've seen my ugly face here for a while, Judge. And I'm glad to say meetings with the sheriff and Scott and some of the people here, they've reacted positively to the earlier comments that I made that are now integrated here, and they try to make some changes, and then recommendations at the end. I'm not going to take a lot of time explaining any of this, so I go quickly, but the prior improvements that you have done, I think, are reducing the chances of litigation. You have timely magistration, you expanded magistration 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Before that, back in 2006, I think, Joe, 2006, 5, 6, you did not have that. You have.
It was 2015.
Huh? I'm sorry?
End of 2015.
2015, yeah. You have individualized reviews of the people when they come in. So the court doesn't want this, schedule of bond to be applied without reviewing the actual case. And some people can argue that they might still be doing that, but at least on face value, there is an attempt to review these cases and do the risk assessment, present that to the magistrate. Supervision, you have a department that can provide pretrial supervision and can conduct those assessments. That's very, very good. In Galveston, we have a personal bond department, but they don't have the capacity to do it. We just hire somebody that actually Joe knew and recommended from Santa Clara, California, and we have a work plan to create a department like here. That will take another 1 or 2 years, but the county judge there, Henry, is committed to strengthen that. So you are way ahead of that. The district attorney, and this is an old policy here, but the district attorney review the charges before they take you into the intake center, into the jail. And that is good because a group of people might not make it to the intake because the DA said, we're not going to file charges. Like I said, you do the financial risk assessment. You have some efficiencies with technology, and I've seen that. As you know, technology is complicated, and there's always room for improvement. But the pretrial department is able to see who is coming down the pipe and start populating some of their system with that, what I call book log and so forth. So that's good use of technology. There is no jail dockets, and that's something that you were called on the carpet a few years ago by the Texas Indigent Defense Commission. And what that means is that you're gonna hold people, don't let them get out just to force a plea, what they might call a plea mill. Galveston had that. We had to stop it The Indigent Defense Commission there, like here a few years ago, said this is against the rights of the defendant. And you have now a bail review hearing for those that remain in jail. And you do it after 72 hours. The conversation with the group was you need to do it after 48 hours from arrest, because that is what the O'Donnell case in Harris County required. What that means is that if you stay behind, if you walk in, you don't have money for your commercial bond, you went through the review, and you still not released on PR bond, you need to have a hearing to review that situation with a public defender and a district attorney. And you need to justify by some statement in writing why this person is staying behind. And that's what the constitutional law requires now. And I think one of the recommendations was to do the hearing at 48 hours. The last time I was here, I was saying, that's how you have to do it. You'll make an application, or somebody did, for the Indigent Defense Commission for funding, and you got approved to have the funding for the Public Defender Office to do that. All those things are really good. Mental health screening, that is required by law, and I'll get into that later. Section 1622 requires that everybody coming into jail gets screened for mental health, and this is overseen by the Texas Commission on Jail Standards. That is done routinely, and the magistrate, if you flunk the screening, the magistrate is supposed to order an assessment, and that is happening. Now, there are other issues that I discuss later about the capacity of the mental health system to absorb the people and put them in treatment, and the ability to divert them before they get to jail through policing initiative. I get that in a second. But in terms of those basic processes, it's good. Show you this because I know Joe is very proud of this, and he should be. He adopted a risk assessment from Virginia, and there was a recent validation of that instrument that led to some important changes to adapt that instrument to El Paso. That is not done in most jurisdictions. They take a risk assessment and they continue with it for the next 20 years, and they never look at it. So it's good that you have done that and have a good validation study that actually led to adjustments in the way you do the scores that is more precise to the population of El Paso. He has developed through this cooperative process with the public defender, the judges, and the DA and others, a matrix that basically say, if you are in these risk levels, and you get put on pretrial supervision, this is the type of condition that you should put. And that is to minimize people that are low risk, which I think are the green, right, Joe? Green are the low risk, that they're piled with a bunch of conditions. The red is the high risk, have more conditions. So it's a way of thinking carefully about how to do this. Joe has staff providing monitoring, training, general research support, providing transparency with the forms, and providing transparency with the revised risk level. You see there the levels, how they're presented now. There is some improvement. If you see in that chart, you see that I circle in blue is the percent of all releases on the fourth column, the percent of all releases that were released on PR bond. And that have gone from 4% to 12%. And the percentage released on surety bond has decreased slightly. The issue continues to be, and I will deal with that later, that it still takes a lot longer to get somebody out on PR bond. And the dynamics of that have to be explored, try to identify what are the glitches there. A lot of time in jurisdiction, they know the guy cannot pay the bond, and they keep waiting, and see if they're gonna pay the bond. And after so many days, they cannot pay the bond, then they put them on PR bond. The population going to PR bond tend to be higher risk. That's another issue. Population of mental health also slows things down. So there's a lot of dynamics. I'm not pointing the finger at one sin, but there are a lot of dynamics, and the recommendation later is to try to look at that. Recidivism rate, meaning the number of people that get rearrested after 1 year, if you see the blue there, have gone down for PR bond. That's what you want. If you see that the PR bond population has a higher percentage of high risk compared to the surety bond population, that's why the PR bond population has a higher rearrest recidivism rate. But relative to the history of this, as you put more supervision, you put more protocols, you see some improvement in that recidivism rate. So that is good. And hardly ever do I see that in some other places. The recidivism rate tend to be flat. So all these things are good. And I'm going to stop there because that's the good news. And now I'm going to tell you where you need to pay attention. Any question? We're good to move on? Okay, Joshua. Okay. So let's start with this one. Let's go back to McDonald's. McDonald's have put a very efficient processing process. The first thing you do when you walk in, like we did today, there's this big electronic board. First time I see it, I immediately figure out what it was. So press menu comes in. Sorry, don't tell that to my wife. Thank you, Betsy. I got a Big Mac with French fries.
She's listening.
Yeah, she's old. She's in the internet. I take that back. I got a salad. I got a salad with apples for dessert. And bam, bam, put your card, give your number, you sit down, 5 minutes later, they bring you it. Okay? They have figured that out. So what happened here, and I never used the word reform. I have said that because to me, first, it's overused. Everybody calls everything reform now. And second, it tends to, kind of throw some arrows to the people that have worked very hard in building all these systems. So I don't use that word. I use modernization because, like McDonald's, when you walk in that McDonald's, you still get the burger and blah, blah, blah. And people work there to do a good job, but they just do it better now and they do it quicker. So when I look at your jail process coming in, it's inefficient and I'm recommending that you change it. And I show you a couple of the big highlights. You see there the flow chart. I'm not going to go through that. But basically, what happened here is you don't have an intake center. So that first floor of the jail is when the police come in and bring the people in. They immediately go to see him. They immediately go to magistration across the room, which is done timely, but it's done too fast. Okay? And the police stays there all the way to the second floor until the person is formally booked in jail. So you are consuming police and sheriff time. Those people should be on the streets. They should not be consuming the time that they consume there in taking these people. You have first a liability issue, I think. Your arrestees are in a county facility operated by the sheriff, which is, in charge of the jail, but the police in general is needed to provide custody, movement, and in a sense, clerical support until they're booked in the second floor. And you see the police with a little paper going around, with the guy there. And so that's a liability because it truly is not a secure thing. You walk in the first floor like I did, and you have arrestees, some of them could be very violent, walking in with the police, and you can say, well, the police is there, they can take care of that. But if something happened there, it's a county facility, and the county will be liable. If one of those guys put a knife, jump in one of the, guys in the pretrial, knife them or whatever, no matter what, it's a county facility, you will be liable, I think. I'm just saying that, and I'm not making it from a point of view of lawyer. You can ask your lawyer, but I'm suggesting that that's an issue. Second issue, you consume a lot of police time. We try to calculate, we try to get data, we spend like a month and a half trying to get data. We made some approximations because the data is not very clean here as to when you get arrested, when you come here, so we can estimate that. But based on what we got, we estimated that it consumed between about 36 law enforcement officials are used, FTEs in general, to cover that. And that 36 people that in theory you don't have on the streets fighting crime. Magistration is done too quickly. I was there, the magistrate doesn't have a package. There is no reason to do it that quickly. You can do it, you have 48 hours to do magistration, 24 for misdemeanors. This is done in 15 minutes, 20 minutes when they walk in that little space. And that's another thing, the lack of space. Down the hall, there's a bench. I took a picture of that. They interview people in the bench, which is a security problem, and do their thing, what they do, their assessment, and immediately they walk in with the magistrate. When I was there, one of the cops was giving the magistrate the wrong form, and the magistrate tore it apart and said, "This is the wrong form. You should know better, blah, blah, blah." And, that sounds impressive, but it's not, because the magistrate should have a package of information. The screening for mental health is done after the magistration. So when I was there tagging this guy, he goes upstairs finally. They do the screening. He failed the screening. He'd been here before 3 months ago. He got an assessment. From that point, they sent a notification to the same magistrate saying, this guy flunked this in. They send the notification downstairs to the magistrate. You can slow down the process and make the process work better. And then the one, Commissioner De Leon and Betsy that we talk about, you do the fingerprint identification at the end of the whole process, okay? At the end of the whole process. It's like if I went to McDonald's today, I got my meal, I'm eating and all that, and when I'm about to go out of the door, they say, hold on, you need to pay now, right? So they charge you right off the bat. You have to do fingerprint identifications because that's the certain way that if Carlos De Leon is him or Carlos De Leon is another Carlos De Leon. And there is no good reason to do it at the end. It should be done at the beginning of the process. First thing you do, you require teacher to have a fingerprint identification before they even step in a classroom. You don't tell the teachers, oh, you work a year, and then we do the fingerprint identification. So that has to change, and I say that, and by the way, you're not the only one that they tend to do that. You have an annex that is potentially not used at full value. It's the annex on the east side. How it works with the present process, I talked to a deputy sheriff, tell me how this works. So they have a sheriff substation there. So they say they arrest you on the east side of town. The sheriff will go into that substation and start writing his paperwork that goes to the DA. Okay, and that might take, depending on the queue, might take an hour, might take 40 minutes, might take half an hour, but it takes some time. Let's say an average of an hour. And I don't know this with real data, but you're talking to them. Then once they get the notification from the DA that they are the charges are approved or the probable cause is approved, they have to drive all the way from there, this officer, sheriff that is there, or a police officer, but I'm just using the example of the sheriff, all the way to the downtown jail, where they have to wait in queue to provide this custodial service until these guys get to the second floor and the scene is processed, and then they're back. I asked one of them, I said, well, what's your shift? And I say, the shift is 12 hours. So I say, basically, you can arrest 2 people in 12 hours. Because by the time you drive in, drive back, take your usual break, blah, 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 4 or 5 hours are gone just processing these guys. So the facilities seem to me, and again, this is just visual, I'm just looking at it when I got the tour, that has a space that is not being used where you can use as a satellite booking. Book the person there, do the intake process there, do the magistration to be through video, which is allowed by law, is done in Harris County routinely, and you don't have to have this deputy drive here. Now, if you tell me, well, maybe some of these people should be in the downtown jail because they need to be processed out and all that, then you can hold them and have a bus or something to drive here and drop them here for waiting in jail to the next step. The facility looks brand new. The space for booking looks fairly good. There's even a space before you enter where you have like a waiting room, monitors and TV, and it's empty. It's like I was in a lunar station that was inhabited there. That's pretty amazing, and it's empty. So that's something that I think you can do better. PR bond releases, like I said before, should be done faster. These are the numbers in our calculation that were released on surety bond, and the blue is the number of days that they stay in jail for the felonies, and the green is for misdemeanors, and then I broke it down by the percentage of those people that had a mental health flag, which means that they were tagged at some time during the process as having a flunk in the screening or an assessment or receiving mental health services before. It's the best we can do, but it's better than a lot of places that don't even have a flag in that information. As you see there, they all go fairly fast, particularly if you don't have the mental health flag. And then when I put the other one, which is the pretrial bond, PR bond, you see the difference there. So if you compare blue to blue, 5.7 days versus 24 days, 12 days versus 37 days, for misdemeanors, 1 day versus 5 days, 3 days versus 10 days. So why is that happening? Again, usually there are 2 or 3 things going on. I think you should look at it carefully and try to see how can you improve the numbers there, get them out quicker, and so forth. This is something that is actually data from the Office of Court Administration, but I know you have your own data here because I have seen it. So we try to look at the processing of cases through the courts, and this is for the felony courts. And there is a national threshold that you see there that 75% of the felony cases should be disposed within 90 days. You disposing those, instead of 75, you disposing 30% within 90 days. 98% of the cases should be disposed in a year. You're doing 2% of those. Should be 2%, I'm sorry, and it's 19%. So there is an issue there. Somebody already argued that standard is not a Texas standard, and that's correct. The Supreme Court of Texas did not put that as a processing standard. That's correct. It's just a national standard that have been developed to make this type of evaluation. Somebody will argue you need to have your own standard in El Paso, and that's correct. But in either of those cases, even if you develop a standard in El Paso that said instead of 75% of the cases should be disposed within 90 days, it should be 50% of the cases. That exercise, you should go through that exercise because this is the only way you're going to know if the cases are being moved and be able to identify that. And you have that data here. This is just, I took it from the Office of Court Administration to make sure we have a standard way of reporting. This is the same logic for misdemeanor cases. 75% should be disposed within 60 days. You're doing less than that, a lot less than that, and so forth. So that's again another issue to explore as you go through it. We try to collect data to understand what's going on with the mental health jail diversion system and program, and there's not a lot of data at the time we did this that they were able to generate for us. Like how many people are eligible for treatment and receive treatment right after they get released from jail, how many get rearrested, after how much time in treatment, how many come back and look back after getting treatment, and what is the waiting list for the treatment component. Not there, at least at the time we did that. And they agree, and we're suggesting later that you need to look at that and examine the whole system. They're using the system here is using the wrong form. This is relatively minor, but it bugs my mind why this has not been resolved in 5 minutes. A couple of the people, judges, said that they should not use this form that is required by law because the form doesn't meet the requirements of the law, and that's beyond me. So I'm talking to them tomorrow, and hopefully they just say yes and get the new form. Relatively minor, but it's important because you need to follow the law, and that's what it requires. Let me show you those numbers that I said earlier. So these are the number of non-federal releases from jail. 2018, 27,000. About 5,502 were releases where you have this mental health flag. There's some issue with mental health. And the other were releases without that flag. And you see the numbers red and green on the right side of your corner. You look at the average date in jail. If you have a mental health flag, you spend more than twice as long in jail before release. If you have a mental health flag, 3% of that population, just in 2018, have come back through the system at least 4 or more times, compared to 1% of the non-mental health flag. The average number of prior arrests for those that were released that year, at first release, was 7.3 compared to 3.1. And the average date in jail of those with one release was 76 days. They're consuming a lot of time, and this translates into this equation here. So you have 22,000 with no mental health consume, that's 80% of the releases, consuming 59% of the jail costs. 5,502, 20% of the releases, consuming 41% of the jail costs. And I put the table there. And that, again, is a rough calculation based on a cost per day that we got out of that publication that we were told is about, the closest that you can have. So look at that. 5,000 releases, 5,500 releases, consume $24 million, 22,000 releases, consume $35 million. So when you look at what to do there, you need to look at mental health. And to look at mental health, you're gonna have to look at the mental health services, the capacity of the mental health authority to absorb those people. You're gonna have to look at the capacity of the county itself to divert those people. And I'll talk about that in a second when I'm doing the recommendation. So stop there, sip of water to flush my salad, and then I'll move on to recommendation. Okay, thanks. Recommendation, okay. So the first thing I think is you need to create a receiving jail center. That first floor, in very basic terms, you have to turn the second floor into the first floor and the first floor into the second floor. And I have talked to the sheriff about this. They already made some changes. I don't know where they are now, but they already made some changes. But basically, the moment the police come into that first floor, and there is a medical screening, meaning that you're not bleeding, you're not hurt, you're not dying, and you screen the person, and you're okay, you don't need to be in a hospital. You accept that person under the custody of the sheriff at that point, and the police is gone, okay? That becomes an intake center. You're not booking them in jail and I'm gonna make you sensitive about this because the law enforcement and all that, they call everything booking. So you have to make that distinction. There is an intake center at that first floor. You are receiving them at that intake center that should be under the jurisdiction of the sheriff. When you do the medical clearing, and charges and so forth, and you see it in the little chart on the left, you accept them in the intake center. You have, by Commission on Jail Standards regulation, you have 48 hours before you have to decide to book them. And to book them means the final step where you decide, is this person staying in? We need to give them a room, right? So when I walk in the hotel tonight, and I walk in that front office, that's the receiving station. They're not booking me until they identify me, until they get my credit card, until they verify how many days I'm gonna be, until all that. Then when they give you the key, and in the case of the jail, they will take you to your room. The moment you walk in that room, that's when they book you. You are in a room, and you're classified for that room. 2 queen beds, 1 king bed with balcony, overlooking the stadium, whatever. Different rooms for different people. In the case of a hotel, based on the money that you're willing to pay. In the case of the jail, based on your classification and security risk. So the first thing is that intake center. At the first floor, sheriff take custody, police is out, and they're gone. Second part of the recommendation is that you should look into using the jail annex on that other side of town and have the same process there. An intake center and process and move them through the whole booking thing. And that what that will do is relieve a lot of law enforcement time. First, you will have clear responsibility. You will establish real responsibility for the custody and security under the sheriff office at the point of receiving this person in a county facility. Second, you will reduce the amount of time that the police and sheriff spend doing clerical work, basically, and custody work as part of that process. Yes, they provide custody, and you can argue that's a law enforcement function. I will argue a better law enforcement function is to have them on the streets looking for the bad guys. You will move the positive identification up front. The moment they walk in, medical screen is done. You identify who these people are through fingerprints. And then you do the mental health screening a lot sooner. You do it right off the bat. If the person has a mental health issue, you will screen them. That information will be ready along with the detailed financial assessment that I'm suggesting you move it up in the process and make it better. You will have then better quality and timely information to the magistrate. So instead of the magistrate getting these things from the police in their little folders and so forth, Joe and his staff will prepare a magistration package that will include the financial assessment, the enhanced one, Joe, that is done later, because you repeat it again. So Joe asked one question, and that question honestly will not pass a lot of legal muster. But that question is, how much are you willing to pay for your bond? When I saw that, I was in the office and said, let me guess what they tell you. 0. Okay? And just looking at that, bunch of 0. Then in the second floor, after they go through all that, if they say they need an indigent defense representation, they do a better financial assessment. They ask more questions about your job, where you live, who you live, your dependents, blah, blah, blah. That should be done at the front end, all of them. And then you'll know if they say, I want an indigent defense representation, you've already done it, okay? You've already done that. And you're not duplicating much because you actually duplicated it already here. So you're not gonna add more to that process. I would suggest, and I was talking to Joe in McDonald's about it, that you create an operational council. There are different names for these things, County and Justice Operational Council. I know the judges meet, I'm gonna meet with them tomorrow, but an operational council is more like a more formal body that is dedicated to review all these modernizations and work out plans and stick to the plans and kind of oversee where things are and push for the planning, hold people accountable to do that. We have one in Galveston, he's working very well. Excuse me. Before that, they won't even talk to each other. I know here it's better to talk to each other, but next week we're gonna have the ninth meeting. We have plans. I developed plans for them. Here, timetables. This is what you're gonna do. This is what you're gonna do. They assign work groups, and every month we come in and say, where is this in? Because to make changes in county government, as you know, is very porous. The county government, the whole county, and when I say that, the county, justice, DA, everybody, there is no governing authority that can really manage all this. Because the sheriff is elected, can do whatever he wants, DA is elected, can do whatever he wants, judges are elected, they can do whatever they want, you guys are elected, can do whatever you want. So to make these systemic changes, you have to get together and agree what the change is and who is going to be responsible and look back and see who is doing what and what progress are we making. Defense counsel at the 48-hour hearing, that's what I recommended, and I think it's going to happen. This is the language from the O'Donnell decision, what they say, entitled to a hearing within 48 hours. If the decision maker declines to lower the bail from the prescribed amount to an amount the arrestee is able to pay, then the decision maker must provide written factual findings or factual findings on the record explaining the reason for the decision. So the idea there by the court, and this applies now to misdemeanors, there's another case in Houston working its way for felons, but you walk in, this is commercial bail, whatever, $5,000, you cannot come up with the money, even after doing the financial assessment saying you might not afford it, you're not granted PR bond, 48 hours later, somebody have to say, well, we did not do this because, whatever. The guy is a danger to society and try to prove that. You have a risk assessment here. So if he's low risk, that's going to be a hard argument to make. If it is high risk, maybe that's an argument. And still, the preponderance is that they should be released. And that's, in Texas, we don't have preventive pretrial incarceration. I know you all applied for this grant, and I was there when they approved it. So that's how I find out. So I put it there. We need to assist the DA in monitoring people in jail without charge. And this is not hard to do, computer-wise. You just need to make the computer people do it. They do now by hand. They try to figure out who is in jail so many days with no case charges filed. And I think they need to get a routine report every Friday, every Monday, whatever. These are the number of people in jail, their names, that have been in jail, 2 days, 10 days, 50 days, 60 days, and you have not filed charges. And there might be good reasons for that, but sometimes there might not be a good reason. And then if they have a way of monitoring this, then that will be real good. It should be done automatically so they don't have to run around doing this stuff. You need to use the Tacomi form, that's all I'm going to say. It's not that hard, but again, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Just use the form. Case disposition time, El Paso has improved the time, I show you, but you should explore what are some of the elements that is perhaps impacting the efficiency of processing those cases through the court. You should explore setting your own standard if somebody argues that the standard, national standard, is not. This is El Paso, we're different, everybody says it's different. Every country I go, they say it's different. All of them. It's kind of funny when you do all the countries. Oh, we're different, doctor. And say, yeah, I hear that all the time. And so you're different, so you can set up your own standard, but have a standard because they have the information to monitor that. And they have the information to present that in a monthly report or a quarterly report and have those conversations. And if you have an operational council where this can be transparent, discussed in a transparent way, and try to figure out what's going on here and there, that might be helpful over time, and that will take some time to address. The same logic to study time to release for those granted PR bond, what's happening there. Now, you have limited capacity in mental health to treat the population diverted from jail. I know the Mental Health Authority is put a grant from the state under one of the policies that we adopted a couple of years ago to create a policing component where you have clinical teams that go with the police and try to divert those people away from jail. If you're in crisis, if you have a mental health that is issue that is not dangerous, manifesting dangerous to society or people, then the clinical team is supposed to, try to handle those cases. However, you don't have in this county what we call an outpatient. There are different words for this. I use outpatient drop-in center or a crisis center or a restoration center. There are different names. But essentially, it's a facility where police can drop this person and you have mental health staff there and nurses, medical staff, because a lot of these people have not only mental health, have substance abuse problems, and try to address those needs there instead of the jail. You will not succeed with all of them, but you will succeed with some of them. And, and then you put them in a path where they can get better intervention. Jails are not good for mentally ill people. And again, I'm not saying that some mentally ill people, if they committed something that is severe and so forth, may need to be in jail. But jails are not good for mentally ill people. They're not going to get better. They get some basic services, but they're not going to get better. They have more problems than just in mental health. They have housing issues. They might have, substance abuse issues. You need to have a cohesive way of doing that. I think you need to carefully look at this equation, do a mapping of the different parts of the system, and see where the county may be able to spend some money to assist on this. It's a hot issue everywhere. The reason I'm coughing is I've been traveling a lot. The last 3 days I was in Atlanta, where we're setting up an initiative there, working with a major foundation in the country. And Atlanta is a large metropolitan area, and they already gone through the business review. They look at the whole process from intake at the police arrested, which they in the field they call intercept one, all the way to release from jail, try to examine where are the gaps. It's a process that should rely on some numbers and data, as well as experience from the people in the system, and try to have a good mapping of that, and ask your question from the county perspective, should we fund some of this? In San Antonio, for example, in Bexar County, the county does fund people that are diverted from the jail that do not qualify for treatment because they're not priority population. I was trying to get that number here, and I wasn't able to get it, and they may have it now, but in Galveston, we did this exercise last week. I got the Mental Health Authority to calculate of the people that have done an assessment in the jail, how many are priority population that will qualify for treatment in the community, 50%. Now, the other 50% have mental health issues, but not in the serious mental illness severity scale to get public services. But the ironic thing is that this population, if intervened a little bit earlier with some services, might not become the severely mentally ill later. But if you're going to do that, the county will have to pay for it. Somebody will have to pay for it to provide those services and target a group like that of that population. So, and that's everywhere. So, that's a challenge everywhere. But there is a lot of energy now all over the country to try to tackle this, because all the jails in Georgia, I mean, the jails are full of mentally ill people. Talk to the head of the Sheriff Association and say that's our biggest problem. We have people in our jails that are, and they do not know the numbers. At least here we have some sense of numbers, but just anecdotally, 30, 40, 50% of the people, it's a big problem. It's a lot of energy. So Don, anyway, just to wrap it up.
I get confused with the priority population and non-priority population. Could you explain that in a little bit more detail? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
By law, you can get service if you're in crisis. You can go for a crisis intervention, but your diagnosis have to be in the severity range, and there are different ways of doing it. But basically, you cannot function very well outside. That's different than incompetent. That's totally different. So put that aside. Incompetent is I cannot stand trial because I don't even know where I am. No, these are people that because they have a schizophrenia, major bipolar disorder, major depression, post-traumatic stress syndrome, and a functional score of 50 or less, I think it's called GAF score, they are the most severe. So those are this top group, and the state pays for the services for those. But the mental health authority have to do a diagnosis that put you in that category. Then the other, you can have depression, you can have anxiety, you can have, the DMS book is really thick, you can have all kind of other conditions by range of severity within that group, and you can get services if you have your own insurance or somebody's paying for it, but you cannot get very easily services and so forth, and medicine in particular. So that's the difference. And that's everywhere, here and everywhere. So
the mental health authority focused on those 4 priority populations.
They could look at anybody if they have funding, right? Because if they get, like in their county, they get funding from the county. So you basically buy capacity in their system to address some of those people, and you can target it very well to a very specific population that you want to get out of the jails and so forth. But it's required. We're going to try to do in Galveston that and create a drop-in center. We may have philanthropic help to get it going there, and that's another place to look at. They have a large foundation there, and they've been talking to us to incentivize. And this national initiative that we're working with, I won't mention the foundation, but it's a large one, it's not public yet, is trying to incentivize these changes by matching money from counties, local philanthropies, and doing this planning process, identifying where is the area that you can impact the most, and use the philanthropic money to incentivize the changes for those things to happen, and then with the understanding that once they're in place and you have tested and seem to be working, then the county or the local government will pick on that. And that's going to be happening there a lot. And we're already doing some of that in Dallas with the help of the Caruth Foundation out of Dallas that have given us a pot of money, and we have tripled that amount of money for incentivizing all these changes. And again, it's not easy. Some things work, some other are so and so, and some work real good. So it just depends. You have to stay on top of it all the time, looping back to the recommendation of creating like an operational council that can be overseeing all these things constantly with county people, judges, DA, so. Josh, are you good?
Dr. Faedo, thank you.
Yeah.
Great presentation. You made a statement that there is no drop-off at a mental facility. But Joel, maybe you can refresh my memory. I thought Emergence does have a facility over on Montana Street, and they've got 6 or 10 beds where a police officer can directly take them there instead of the jail.
That's an extended observation unit for suicidal clients.
It's very limited.
But it's the same concept. It's called extended observation unit. I call it a drop-in center. I get corrected all the time. standard observation unit. But it will be expanding that concept for more than just suicidal.
But it's not official, but I know they do it a lot at the Opportunity Center. I mean, police and sheriff actually drop off, people that they recognize. But usually prior, it's not like they go to the jail and then they come back. They'll sort of recognize it prior and then they drop them off at the Opportunity Center.
Yeah,
But that's sort of causing a lot of pressure, financial pressure for the center since it's very unofficial.
Right, and it'd be good to have like a formal policy. And I know the authorities working with the police here, setting these CIT teams. We have been talking to them about that with clinical teams. So this will be another resource to that. And they won't stop in the jail. All they do is take your spec, take a long time in jail, get released, come back again. And that will happen. Again, I'm very careful not to oversell any of this. This is a very difficult issue. Very, very difficult. But you're already paying for it. You don't see it. Well, you saw it in this chart. So you saw it. Think about it. 5,000 people is burning 45% of their jail budget. 22,000 people is doing the rest. I mean, that's a shocking thing. And that's because they stay longer, they loop back more. So you're already paying for it. You see it now, but you're paying for it.
Let's see, in emergence, what role do they play, or do we have any contractual agreement with them as far as, could we get them, or, because it looks like they need more help in identifying as well, not just a place, but are we lacking the ability to truly assess who belongs and who doesn't, or who should be in mental health? Do we need more help there that we could bring in emergence, or?
The mental health authority does the assessment for the jail people.
But not everybody qualifies at that highest level.
Right.
But they do qualify maybe on a lower level.
Right. So the
and
issue,
that's the group
right.
that doesn't have the continuous care. And that's been when the county originally entered the agreement with EHN, it was for that high priority population. But there's always been, what I've always heard from the court is there's an interest on continuity of care for any person in the jail with a mental health.
Yeah, that you just don't release them without some
Right.
kind of intervention.
But the original agreement does not cover everyone. But the court always seemed to think it would.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought, that you identify them and then emergence has a way to.
And what Emergence has said is, well, we can't do it without a funding source. We're adding a demand for service without a funding source for once they're released from jail. So they're providing some resources while they're in jail, but not once they're released. And so if we want to fund that level of service, you'd do a couple things. You'd look for anybody who has any other health insurance to use any health insurance that they already have in place. And then if not, there would have to be a supplement from the county to fund, or the supplement from the county or other resources to fund that treatment.
But Betsy, maybe it's, you and I talked about this, that maybe the lack of coordination, for example, there's veteran groups that help mental health. Are we getting them to be there and identifying that as one of the places they could go to? Because I know there's several.
I know that kind of coordination does not occur.
But I'm saying, should we step in? Because
you have a veterans corps. I know they do it.
Yes.
Yeah. But I mean, it's small.
No, but there's agencies out there. What is Ben? Oh, forget.
Not Empower.
Emory, or what is it? Can't think of it. Well, anyway, it's one of our advisors. They do a lot of that. They look at case management and then they determine. So if we were able to identify.
So if you slow down the process, so his staff have more time to do the financial assessment, the pretrial assessment. They do the mental health screening, not the assessment, but the screening. The assessment has to be ordered by the magistrate. He could pre-identify if the person, I don't know if you capture, are you capturing the form if they're veterans right now?
Yep.
So you know they're veterans.
Yep.
Okay.
Or inactive.
Okay. So you already know that. And so it's a matter of tying all these things together. I call this spaghetti bowl. All these counties. There's a spaghetti bowl. And all these processes are like this. So they all think they're doing it, and they are, but they're not doing it very well. Because it's not coordinated, it's not, it's little things like that. Well, he already know when the person comes in, if the person is veteran or not. If you do the screening right after that, which is the new process I'm recommending, and he knows that, he immediately can check potentially for veteran services if necessary, or at least inform the mental health authority, which they should know, right? Mental health authority, do you think? They should know if they're a veteran, and try, but do it more formal, right? As a formal process, as a formal program, maybe have representatives there from the veteran volunteers. I know former DA in Bexar County, Susan Reed, that's what she does, volunteers with the veteran, so you can have that as a liaison to make that scene better. But you have to have a very methodical process. And to do that, you're gonna have to realign how you do this thing and have that intake center all the way to booking in jail. And that intake center is run by the county, responsibility by the county, with identification early and all these processes in the county. That's what we're doing in Bexar County. Houston is doing that in their new facility. That's the modern way of doing this thing. Yes, sir.
Doctor, I think there's one thing we're missing in this discussion in regards to assessment of people with mental health issues. Should it not be a psychiatrist or psychologist that do the assessment?
Yes, but let me explain this to you because the law is about to change. It's House Bill 601. So I did a full report on this in December. The biggest problem to me is that early screening that over-identify a lot of people. Now, what I proposed then, and it never became law, is to do what you actually do here. And I told the judges that's a great job. They do a mental health appraisal before an assessment is over. From there, you kind of take these people that initial screening may be, suspect of mental health. You do that appraisal, and that appraisal, as I understand it, is done by clinical certified staff. The assessment should be done by clinical certified staff. That's an issue that was brought to the legislature. They just changed the law, and they changed the law to now you don't have to do an assessment, but a written report. Like I told you earlier, I was away from the Capitol for a good reason, but that came from the fact that a lot of the local people saying, we don't have the capacity to have all these clinicians doing an assessment. And we don't even know what you mean by assessment. So House Bill 601 requires a written report. Honestly, yet to be seen what that will change. Require a written report. It requires very specifically that the county pays for it. And it requires the county, if necessary, to set a fee schedule to pay for that. Are you familiar with that bill, Betsy?
With HB 601?
601, House Bill 601.
I can't remember.
If not, I can give you a briefing after this. I have it in my computer. If you have time, I sit down and show you what it does. But, so September 1st, they scratch assessment and put a written report. September 1st, they say county has to pay for it, and you can issue a fee schedule for it. And a judge, if the person doing the assessment, I guess the mental health authority or a private person, did not like what you're paying, the judge can order a different payment. So it's gonna change this law. They still need to use the Tacoma form, and they're gonna reissue the Tacoma form. So, and it's very clear how to use it. So, So that's gonna shake this thing up. And
who does the report? Who would actually write the report?
how this law works is you walk in the jail, Code of Criminal Procedure 1622. The law was written in 1993, okay? When we did the jail reforms, I was there. I had something to do with it. And it's unique in the country. When I'm in Georgia and I tell them, we required this since 1993, they're blown away. Now, the implementation has not been that great. But the part that is implemented well, because it's overseen by the Commission on Jail Standard, is that the moment you walk in the jail, there is a form by the Commission on Jail Standard, the suicide, mental health, disability impairment, or intellectual disability form, that you're supposed to screen the person. Ask this question. If they flunk the test, that require an immediate notification to the magistrate. The magistrate has 12 hours to get that and order an assessment, okay? Then the assessment, depending where you are, might be done in Galveston. They have a private provider in the jail. They do the screening. The assessment is done by the mental health authority. And they actually doing a written report, which is they look at the CCQ system, the continuity of care system. You have a record there. They write this written report. Once this is done, the results of that supposed to be written in this Tacoma form. Texas Council on Offenders with Mental Impairment. I've been around since 1987, part of TDCJ, required by law to develop this form. And this is the uniform form to transmit this information, and that information is supposed to go to the defense, to the DA, and the judges. Okay?
Doctor, let's go back.
Yeah.
The question was, who is doing the screening? What's the qualification of that person to do the screening?
The screening here is done by a jailer. They just get some basic training.
And then if the person reports certain things, then it goes to a mental health somebody in the mental health profession.
It goes to the magistrate who has to order an assessment. Here they order the pre-appraisal that is done by the mental health authority. But yes, that jailer is not a clinician. That jailer is not a psychologist.
Just trying to pick up things
that jailer is your jail staff that has a lot of work to do, and they're sitting there. You feel like killing yourself today. I have the questions. Okay, I have it here. I'll read it to you.
Should it not be someone who has some basic knowledge of DSM?
At the screening point, not necessarily, because the purpose of the screening, I use the example. Here's the form with the instruction if you want to see it. I have sleep apnea. There goes my HIPAA protection from my medical. So went to the doctor. They do a screening. My doctor is not an expert on sleep disorders, and the screening was 10 questions. Here, write it up. You fall asleep when you're in the theater. Yep. If it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Sunday, and you're reading a book, do you fall asleep? Yep. When you drive, do you fall asleep after an hour driving? Yes. I flunked that screening, right? Now, he doesn't know I have sleep apnea, but you're suspect of that. That's that screening. Then I'll go to the sleep clinic. There you have an expert. Mm-hmm. You sleep there, hook you up with all the gadgets and all the protocols that they have for that. You spend the night. When you walk out, have news for you. You have sleep apnea. So that's an assessment. Screening and assessment. Screening is an instrument as these people walk in very quickly to sort them out. It's good. It's a good policy. Georgia doesn't have that. They're blown away that we have it. They walk in, they don't know until somebody starts acting up in jail, blah, blah. The first thing they did in Atlanta is put that screening form. Is it perfect? No. Could it be done by a clinician? Yes, but it's going to cost you a lot of money. So then after that, you have the assessment. What I was suggesting, I'll be glad to send you the report, Joel has it, is an in-between where the medical staff would do another screening and then determine who does the assessment to reduce the number of people being assessed, which is the main complaint. And but to address that complaint, now we go from scratch assessment from the law, and you have to do this written report. And we'll see how it happens when that happens.
I don't mean to shift gears here, but Commissioner Leon has to leave soon. And I wanted to ask these questions while he was still here. You provided and I think you also gave in your presentation, a very useful chart that showed the disparity between the time it takes for somebody released on surety bond versus somebody on PR bond. And I think that's something that we have to look at very closely and see why that is the case. But, again, I guess one quick question I had is that in the data that you had that I know it wasn't provided here, it takes on average for a person that was convicted of a felony, and if they can afford a surety bond, 5.7 days. But for those who can't afford a surety bond, it's 24 days.
That's data from here.
Right, and actually, and on misdemeanors, it's actually 5 times longer, right? If you can afford a surety bond, it's 1 day. If you can't afford it, it's 5 times longer, 5 days. And then the disparity is even greater with mental health flag, right? If you're a felon, if you were charged with a felony, but you can afford a surety bond, you'll get out of jail on average 12.4 days. If you can't, you'll be there for over a month, 37 days.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something that that concerns me, regarding potential liability. I think that's something that we have to look at very closely.
Yep.
But the other issue, but on this, you provided a high utilizer analysis as well. That's a separate presentation.
Right.
When you combine these folks that were out on PR bond, that's 10,965. But the total number of releases were 27,000. And that's something that stood out to me. So what's happening to the remaining 17,000 individuals that aren't getting released on PR bond or surety bond? And I know you provided a chart on that, but that's something that really stood out to me. I guess the way that you describe, releases, they could be discharged, they could be released for time served, released for
yes.
custody.
No, you have to be careful with that.
Okay.
Okay, this is the better number. There's a leftover here. As you know, those numbers don't add to 27,000, right? So what happened is this, when we do this stuff, and this is, we get the data, we add, give me everybody's release from jail last year. That's what we asked for, right? The way they measure release includes all kinds of sins, right? So they count you as a release if you're transferred to TDCJ. That obviously is not a release, but you're out of that facility. So the best terminology for the overall number is, tell me the number of people you move out of your facility, right? Not released to the streets. The one released to the streets is that we categorize here. And I think we left out like cash bond or something because it's a small number. I didn't want to add too much to this chart. But there are people that are released or transferred to a state hospital. There are people that are released to another county because they have a pending warrant. There are a bunch that go to TDCJ. So there are releases to the streets that are pre-adjudication. There are releases to the street after serving a sentence. You serve your sentence, they gave you 6 months in jail. And then they're transferred out to other places. They just happen to call everybody a release.
Right. No. I get that. But I guess I'm, regarding the numbers, those that were released to other custody, right, I guess which includes probation or another state facility, they actually accounted for the largest lengths of stay, on average 109.8 days. And I'm wondering, to what extent we need to take a closer look at that. There's also a lot of folks who got time served for a misdemeanor who had an average length of stay of 40 days.
Right.
So I guess what I'm saying is that,
yes,
we're looking at the 10,000 people who were released on surety bond or PR bond, but of these 17,000, I suspect that there's a lot of people who probably can't afford a surety bond for whatever reason. Maybe they're not given a PR bond, and they're staying in there until disposition. I mean, to me, that's concerning. That again, because they're taking up a lot of jail bed days, and then I'm sure once you've been in jail for an average here, which you have of 41 days, I'm sure they're giving them the opportunity. Hey, look, if you plead guilty, we'll let you out. And that's a significant chunk of jail bed day usage.
Yeah.
There's also a bunch of folks who are just, I guess their cases are just discharged, but they have an average length of stay of 47 days.
That's a sentence when they're discharged.
And they're discharged, okay.
Yeah, they serve their sentence.
And when they're released to
Yeah.
custody, I don't know if you have a further breakdown of those who were, let's say, released to probation.
Mhm.
I mean, but if their average length of stay is 109 days, and then they're ultimately, let's say they're sentenced to probation, I mean, it seems to me that there's a lot there that we can.
There is, and that's it. Again, to look back to my one of my recommendations, if you have this operational council, let's say we have an operational council, you raise that issue, good. Joe has the staff here that can generate that information. You have to make it meaningful. It cannot be generated and put in some memo someplace. You bring it to the operational council, Commissioner Perez want us to look at this. We look at this data, you can do it, the people can do it, and try to understand those dynamics. There are people there that are competency. That takes a lot of time. We were not able, I don't think we were able to identify all of them because they only code them as competency when they're released to the hospital, while they could be sitting there waiting for competency and get restored there, and they will not be counted in the release. So we have limited information on that. But you have the ability to do that. And if a logical issue is raised through the examination of those numbers, then you have the ability to discuss it as a group and say, we need to explore A, B, and C, and set up a work plan. But I'm a fan of that. I mean, one issue in Galveston, again, and knock on plastic, Judge, and they have stuck to the plan of meeting almost every month, and I walk in with a work plan, different work groups, and we talk very transparent what happened with here, this was not done. So, well, because this and that, legitimate, bring the staff, and then the staff truly work because they're gonna be called on in front of these people to say you were supposed to do this and that. And we have slowly, these work tables are constantly changing because every time we get into something, like Commissioner Perez raised that issue and they say, wow, that's interesting. And we need to add a couple of things there to come back and look at it. But we never lose track of what is on the table. This is the most important thing. What I see in all these places is, I'm here, you look at that, wow, you're excited, hopefully you think I did a good job, and you like the recommendation, and blah, blah, blah. Then I leave, and maybe something happened, maybe something happened or not. When you have a mechanism to do it, then you have those plans in place, always on the table. Every time we meet in Galveston, I have all those tables in front of them. We might not be working in all of them. We could hire a new pretrial director, and they did a great job. They did a national search. Joel knows the person. Aaron Johnson from Santa Clara, California, moving all the way to El Paso, Galveston, because we're gonna expand it. So I have a big table. These are, hey Aaron, I already sent that to the poor guy. These are all the things we're gonna have to do. But when you come in, we need to meet and brainstorm what things you want to do. You're going to be the new director, what is doable, and so forth. And then we'll bring that to the coordinating council. We call it the coordinating council, and they discuss it. The DA is there, the county judge is there, one of the commissioners, Commissioner Holmes is the coordinating council. We invite all the judges. Sometimes they show up, sometimes they don't show up. Judge Ewan, the presiding judge in the county, was the presiding judge. There's a different one now, always shows up. Sheriff always shows up. And we sit there for three hours. We pick Wednesday, almost routinely the third Wednesday of every month, between 10 and noon. And I prepare the material with the help. They have assigned somebody to work with me locally, Paul Reddy. A great person, great lawyer. He's my point person because I cannot be there all the time. But my role is to present it and keep everything on the table and coordinate it with them. And we've been doing it now for a year. And I asked the county judge, you can call him Mayor Henry. He told the story the other day in our meeting. when he first came to see me, I say, I want you to work in Galveston. I say, no way. You're too dysfunctional. And he came a second time. I said, no way, you're too dysfunctional. And finally came a third time, which he said in the meeting, I never asked people more than 2 times. I said, what do you want? And I say, I want a 5-year commitment. I'm not the type to do a report that you fill out. I wish I was. Be a lot easier. But I want a 5-year commitment that you're gonna try to put, the political weight of your office to try to fix this thing. And he has. So far, he has.
But Scott, informally, you sort of have that kind of mechanism, don't you? Because when I've gotten tours and you pick up on things and then you sort of bring them to your people. So
Yeah, we do, Judge. We have a modernization group that gets together about once a month. It includes all the individuals the doctor just mentioned. And a large percentage of what Dr. Fabello's mentioned, we've already been addressing, and I can push any of that information to you. It's been very helpful, him coming in several times since I've been here, and I think we are on the road to make things better. A large percentage of those items also are under the sheriff's authority, and he's been very giving, and we've got new space that we're getting ready to move into over there. That's going to include the initial fingerprinting station. That's going to include a white room, they call it, for the mental health evaluation. And then also that's going to give us the private area, not on the bench out in the hallway. So all those areas are being addressed thanks to his assistance, and the mental health screening, all of that. Even though the CJC does not have anything to do with that per se, we're kind of helping facilitate some of that, and also some of the financial questions, we're helping facilitate that also.
And Scott, would you move more to this kind of forum? The way you're doing it, when I've had tours and you talk about what are you doing, you're identifying things and you're bringing them. Is this like another level, or is that what you're already doing? What he discussed about that council of?
I actually think it's at a little bit more of a level, but it's something that I agree that we need. I just went through that training at over in Denver that I mentioned to you the other day, and they talked about having a council to do this. I think we're almost there. I even brought back some material with me that tells how to set one up. I know Dr. Fabello would assist with that. I think we're taking baby steps to get there. I think I'm one of those individuals the doctor mentioned earlier, said we're doing well, and he kind of giggled about that when I first mentioned it because I was in my first 30 days. But based on the national standards, based on all the individuals that I've met with around the county, I think we're doing extremely well. We just need to tighten some things up. Like Dr. Fabella mentioned earlier, we are doing most, if not all, of the steps under the CJC authority umbrellas that we need to be doing. We're just not doing them all in the right order. That was purposeful before our time, but we're already changing some of those, in the process of changing those. It takes a little bit of time, like for example, the printing machine, the live scan that's being brought in from the substation. You can't just bring it in, and the line has to be rerun over to the new space. So that's all being orchestrated right now. Today at 2 o'clock, matter of fact, they should be over there right now. The county, I think it's being run by purchasing. There's a group that does studies on space when you have an empty room. We want to put 9 bodies in here, so they're going to tell us how we can most efficiently do that. They should be organizing that. We were supposed to do it last week. They had to cancel for some reason.
So what would it take to get into the actual council? I mean, where are you at?
It would literally just, all of us in the position would say, we want to do that, and I've got a go-by that I brought with me from Colorado, and we can set it up. Dr. Fabella, I'm certain, would help us as I'm looking over at him. And we could do it because I believe we're already in that mode. It's not entitled that as such.
Infrastructure's there to
Yes, sir.
people.
Yeah, the collaboration framework's there. I think as far as the council itself, what Dr. Fabella is talking about, maybe a little more structured, higher level, more formalized than what we have going with the modernization group that's really focusing on a couple of specific issues. This would be a group that could address all criminal justice type issues and try to move and make it happen.
Yes, I think they have the basic, and I check with them, with Joe. The key is to have all this in writing. It takes a lot of work. So it's not meeting and him saying, I'm going to purchasing and blah, blah, blah. And I know he's doing it. But to have it in a document that everybody can track, when that is done, you scratch it from that done. June, whatever is today, done. And I'm constantly morphing that. It's like a planning document that is very clear. So when people walk in, they know the whole picture. And they can be held accountable in the different parts of doing their pieces. Because it takes all this work. And by the way, I do need to commend the sheriff, because he was in a couple of my meetings, and I talked to him on the side and said, I think you need to change this stuff. And he said, you're right. And he was very good.
Well, I would really encourage to move to that, because I think it's very convincing. But I guess he's saying a sort of an SOP instead of just doing a lot of things. What's the mechanism, but in a written form so that everybody understands it? But
You could accomplish that.
I think that's really the next step.
The only other thing I wanted to offer too, because I know Commissioner Perez has been asking us different data points based on some of these reports. What we're going to start doing July 1st, and I think hopefully our first report will be out tomorrow, we're going to start identifying those particular items of interest. For example, the Commissioner had mentioned duration of individuals that are currently in jail. Individuals, what are their charges? What are the type of bonds? So we're going to start pushing out those reports at least on every, once a week, and then we'll do a monthly overall report that will be included with some of the other reporting mechanisms that we do. And I'll be pushing that over to you and also the judge. I'll include you in all that.
Yeah, because that's really the philosophy really is you shouldn't be in jail just because you don't have money. And you shouldn't be in jail one more minute than you should be. And that's what he's looking at, duration. Why are there so many variations of that? So,
and I think they're questions that should be asked.
Yeah.
We agree.
I mean, is it, and I mean, I know Texas is a unique place, but I mean, is it common where you would have, I mean, considering that we are a pretrial detention facility, that you have 51% of folks not going out on any bond? I mean, jail is supposed to be reserved, I mean, for those that are the most dangerous.
But again, you need to look at that population, because the people that stay behind jail is in that group. Competency, awaiting transfer, awaiting, warrant, parole revocation, probation revocations, awaiting a hearing.
The competency wait periods are very,
Gigantic.
very long.
Yeah. The competency period can eat a lot of that space right there.
How do we compare, I guess is the question, Commissioner Perez, how do we compare to other counties with that 50% or 51%? That's
what it is, usually. Pre-trial population is like 40%. And so then they have people serving sentences and all that. So it's an issue more of the management of those type of population. Like you're suggesting, why these groups staying this long? Why is these people not getting out sooner? What do you do with mental health people that are coming out? So you need to, it's a system that moves a lot of people. There are, how many bookings a year here? 22,000 or something? There's 22,000. Houston has 100,000 people being booked. Atlanta has 50,000. So it's moving people. This is the sad reality. Moving people is the main goal. Okay? And what happened is, in that spaghetti bowl have been designed in some weird way to move people, but not necessarily to move them in the right direction, to move them, identify some that should be moved faster than others, identify some that should move to treatment versus others. So you have to untangle all these things. But all the system, the biggest driving force is move people. So they're coming in, we need to move the case in court, blah, blah, blah. And that also relates to the other numbers that I show you, which they can also tease out by court and more carefully. I just got it from the general state data. What is the threshold? How long should you process a misdemeanor case? How long it takes to dispose a case in the courts? And again, it's open to a lot of conversation, but that's something to look at. So this is constant. You will never totally resolve this. This is constant, it's like maintenance. And you have to set the culture, the business culture, to do it like that. And you have a lot of that.
I think the encouraging one is the fact that, the things you said we were doing right. I think that was really encouraging. And I think that, just what I've seen in Scott and Joel and the passion to keep working on some of the philosophical premises that started, I think a lot with Commissioner Perez and say, what do we want to do? What should the jail look like? I think we're going in that direction. So I think having this council that would really give us that governance and that accountability that this is what we identified, but what are we doing about it? We could identify forever, but what are we doing about things we identified? But I feel...
Yeah, once you identify and there's agreement that we need to do A, B, C, D, and F.
Exactly.
Write down A, B, C, D, and F. Who is doing E? A. Joe. Who is doing B? Him. Who is doing C? Perry. Who needs money at what point to request the council, the commissioner, and put it in a way that every time that's bring forward. And you then understand what is moving and what is not moving. So the trick, I think they have the basis. The trick is to formalize it. And I show you later tomorrow.
And I think the other one that I sort of captured, or we captured here, is that we need to get the agencies closer. That if we identify, well, what do we do with them, is we can't do both. We can't identify the mental health issue and then take care of the problem. But I think there's agencies out there that might help provide the treatment, the intervention, because what we're trying to do is not get them back in there. Because if they're in there because of mental health, or partly because of mental health, we don't do anything, then what would we expect? They're going to come back in again. So I think if we could sort of work closer with agencies that talk about providing this service, I know like La Familia, we just saw that clinic on mental health in the county. They might not be aware that we need help in the law enforcement component of it. They're focusing more sort of wider in the community. I think they'd be interested in hearing about what they could do with respect to to law enforcement and mental health. So I think a little bit more connectivity with agencies that are either saying they're doing it or claiming that they're doing it. And then I guess Betsy, a little bit, maybe a discussion with EHM to see how we can move that scope wider as to not only the very severe, but maybe some of that.
Right, a proposal.
A proposal. So, well, we thank you, Dr.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Always pleasure
And
to be
Scott
here.
and Joel, thank you for everything you guys do.
Thanks. Basically, if you want tomorrow morning or something, I'll show you that.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I'll work out the time while you're here.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Take care, Joe.
Thank you. Thank you.
Vince, take care. Thanks. Hey, ¿qué pasó?
Item number 8, receive a presentation and overview of the Council of Judges Administration's Operations Management and Long-Term Strategic Planning Goals.
Did you see part of this?
Excuse me, sorry. Before we begin, so I just want to remind the court we just have a quorum right now. So if the court wants, if anyone has to walk away for a few minutes, we might have to pause it. Right. So if you wanted to hear,
And I think Commissioner Robinson has to leave after a short period of time.
But are you okay with starting this without a break?
I'm okay, you guys. You want to take a break?
Take a break.
How about a 5-minute, because we've been here some time. So that you guys,
We can set up.
but a real 5-minute, okay, not a 10.
Because the next presentation is gonna be so fast.
It's 3:13.
You will want to
Ready?
Well,
Commissioners, Court has reconvened into open session. Item number 8, receive a presentation and overview of the Council of Judges Administration's Operations Management and Long-Term Strategic Planning Goals.
Judge, Commissioners, Betsy, thank you and good afternoon. I must confess that we are looking forward to making this presentation to you today. Not because we like to hear ourselves talk, but because there is pleasure in taking the pulse of a very proud and successful branch of government, the judiciary. This year, we have faced some challenges, but that does not diminish this pleasure. Today, you will hear from our Executive Director, Mike Cuccaro, who joined us about a year ago and has done an amazing job. You will also hear from Crystal Lozano and Amy Lachuda, two extraordinarily talented leaders in the Council of Judges and the Office of Court Administration. We want to present to you briefly our strategic plan. Judge, Commissioners, Betsy, thank you so much for funding this critical piece that has allowed us to create our platform and a guide for our future. I am told that you all have been reminded, perhaps ad nauseum, that this branch of government, the judiciary, must remain independent. And so it must. But the story we want to convey to you today is one that shows how that concept looks. Not how it looks in theory, not how it looks on a written page, but how it actually looks. We are not a homogeneous department. We are not. We are 17 district courts, 3 associate family courts, 1 protective order court, 11 county courts, 2 probate courts, 2 juvenile courts, 2 Title 4D courts. We have a jury duty court, and we have magistrates who are on duty 24/7. We have 200 plus court professionals, including at the Council of Judges and the Office of Court Administration. Each and every day, we do many, many different things. Each and every day, we take on many, many new challenges. And so indeed, it is impossible to put us in the confines of one compartment. And that, Judge and Commissioners, is an important part of our story. I think that you will conclude, as I have, that there are positive indications and significant milestones that you will see in this summary of our story. So let us now begin our journey through this look back at the year together. And let us share with you our vision of the future for the El Paso judiciary. Mike?
Judge Chu, thank you very much. Judge Saniego, Commissioners, Betsy, I also want to echo my thanks for the resources to conduct a strategic planning. It was a great introduction for me to the courts, and it also helped us get on the same page in terms of what they want their court support staff and professionals to be doing. What we learned is for the next 5 years, 2019 to 2024, is that we have 4 strategic goals that the judges have assigned to us. First, swift and equitable justice. The others build one upon another. A high-performance court team, financially responsible and effective court system, and finally, to become a national model for state courts. What we'd like to do is walk you through these goals and then provide you an example of what we're doing for each goal. First, Crystal, are you ready? Swift and equitable justice.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners, Betsy. These attributes demonstrate what we believe contribute to swift and equitable justice. We've made progress in implementing electronic workflows. We evaluate business processes, work with other agencies, and identify what changes are necessary for successful outcomes. In measuring performance, we are currently following Bloom's taxonomy as a framework to help us understand what we're doing when it comes to court performance measures. Data is only meaningful if you understand the purpose and have a game plan for how to use it. So when we started with performance measures back in 2015, the biggest obstacle that we faced were reports, data errors, and we had to learn everyone's business process and figure out how the data was entered into Odyssey. Once we confirmed the data was accurate, we decided what measures we could complete. We created monthly judicial dashboards for civil, criminal, and family courts. This year, we implemented new measures that will allow us to examine jury trial date certainty, jury utilization, the reliability and integrity of a case file, and the cost per case. The judiciary is working on developing local time standards with the help of the Office of Court Administration. This is a 3-year comparison of where our case clearance rates have been from October to March. And you can see the goal for clearance rate is that the measure states that the goal is for the courts to complete 100% clearance rate. If you notice in civil cases, criminal and family cases, we have met that goal over the past 3 years. So this is one portion of what the judges receive on a monthly basis on their judicial dashboards, so they're aware of their incoming and outgoing cases for the month.
Next. The next goal is a high-performance court team. And that is the courts and the court staff must work together in order to reach a level of service that we believe that the county deserves. This year, incumbent judges welcome newly elected judges with an orientation on the nuts and bolts of how to be a judge in El Paso County. El Paso County is also helping spearhead new training for Texas magistrates, which will culminate in a regional training to be held here in El Paso early next year. The strategic plan is again another important advancement in our shared understanding of our purpose and our tasks that are interrelated. The judiciary is reorganizing around several unifying principles that we find reflected in high-functioning court organizations. One example of what we're doing, to provide clarity in our processes and decision-making, Judge Chu has instituted a committee system to involve more of our judges in the decision-making and oversight, but it also provides a mechanism for more staff to share their professional expertise and to serve as an innovation center for our courts. And we find this is important because of just the sheer number of issues that we deal with each day. For instance, we just had a criminal law and magistration committee meeting before we came in today where we had an attorney bringing his problem to the committee. The judges were also able to discuss issues that you just heard about, the availability of mental health treatment, things like that. These are ongoing questions that we confront every day and not just on a monthly meeting schedule. So these committees will allow us to approach these issues more deliberatively and also more responsively. And that leads to our next strategic goal, financially responsible and effective courts.
While courts are protective of their independence as one of the 3 branches of government, we believe that this independence is not absolute, rather can be contextual. County judge, commissioners, county administration, you should expect that our court operations are transparent and that we are accountable. The judges and court administration have been working hard together to develop budget and spending sophistication. This will improve our ability to allocate resources wisely. Our examples of our efforts are to include understanding the life cycle management of our technology resources and budgeting for future needs. Also examining our juror utilization. We've implemented an e-voucher application where the attorneys can get online and submit their misdemeanor vouchers for the cases that they've been appointed to. Additionally, we're looking within our staff to develop HR specialists, IT specialists, staff that understand budget, staff that understands purchasing, and that's without asking for additional resources or staff. An example of why those are important for the judiciary is, for example, if a court is in trial and something goes wrong with our technology, what we normally do is you submit a heat ticket to IT, which IT is wonderful and they've helped us many times, and so we're appreciative of them. But when you have a courtroom and you're in trial and you're submitting a heat ticket for some technology that's gone wrong in the court, that doesn't happen right away. So if we had somebody on our staff who understood that, we could just send them up, they can fix it, troubleshoot, and then we can continue on with our court proceedings. This next chart here is charting our progress. On the left is a list of action items and goals. Across the top, you'll see it's a suitable time scale, and some of those actions and goals is what's in our strategic plan. Our next slide here is a Gantt chart. So it's a new way of tracking what we're doing and how we are doing. There's a beginning and end. It also shows how long each goal and action is scheduled to last. It'll show you where our activities are overlapping and by how much.
Being able to document and examine our progress is one step towards becoming what we feel El Paso Court should be, and that is a national model for courts. One of our focuses now, and it has been for some time, is to become a Texas Center of Excellence. They examine courts along a number of avenues. Again, you'll see in our slide here some of the things that they look at. But we definitely think that that El Paso is already well on the road to becoming a Texas Center of Excellence. I think that the recent notice that the National Association of Counties is awarding El Paso County for its judicial metrics that Betsy and our staff have been working on for several years is one indication that we are starting off in that direction. It is our primary goal to provide substantial and timely justice to our people, but we don't believe that just simply meeting the standard is enough. There are a number of ways that El Paso is already becoming a leader in pre-trial, examining how we do things. For a number of years, starting with indigent defense, El Paso has thoughtfully worked forward to become a leader of the pack in Texas. We want to deliver on constitutional guarantees, pioneer new best practices in places like specialty courts. The results of all of these initiatives will directly impact El Paso County. We want our citizens to improve their lives. We want them to stay out of trouble. We want to resolve disputes more quickly so that people and our businesses can move forward. And we also want to provide certainty and clarity to our court customers. Our courts, which are your courts, have committed to improving these processes and these structures, and we think ultimately that people will take notice. I'd like to close by showing you a list of our strategic planning projects. There's some 50 projects that the judges selected for us to work on in the next 5 years, and we're not trying to hurt your eyes. What we're simply trying to do is demonstrate that judges are not resistant to change, that judges want to change for the better. They want to improve processes, and that we are moving forward to do that. These are the things that we do when we're not putting out fires. We judges and court staff have to respond flexibly. In fact, that's part of the fun of the job. But we think that these are important goals. We welcome your assistance and your participation. We look forward to working with you on this plan in the coming years. I believe that's all, unless anybody has anything else to add, or if you have any questions.
Yeah, Michael, what can we do, or how would you assess at this point in time, of the relationship between us as commissioners and with Betsy's team and with your team? Is it getting better? Where are we at in this relationship, and what can we do to improve that?
Well, I have to say, one of the reasons I came to El Paso was because I had met Betsy, Wally, Melissa, and many members from county administration, and I was really impressed with who was here. Joel Bishop is another person who I greatly respect and I love to work with. I think it's a great relationship because everyone is mission focused. We came here, well, Joel and I certainly, I think, came here to do a job and to do it well. And the attraction, it was to work in a high performing environment. And I think we're doing that. What I would like to see is the more frequent and direct communication with Commissioners Court from the Council of Judges and the judges collectively. I think that the more we understand your pressures, the more you understand our pressures, the already good relationship that I see will just continue to improve. I mean, our list of projects is ambitious. There is no question about it. And we will need to talk with you and work through it with you. But we're trying to do it in a fiscally responsible manner by looking at our internal resources and finding out how we can do our job, how we can do it better, how we can work together better. And that's something that County Court Administration and Council of Judges is doing, has been doing since I arrived. And I think that it's bearing fruit now, and we're accelerating that with this plan. If you have suggestions for how we can work better, we are certainly open to that, but I've really enjoyed the relationship so far.
And we appreciate that because, we get a lot of questions and we need to be on the same table to be able to answer them. Questions that we get a lot are, how come one judge moves things along really fast, others have dockets that last a long time? And we need to be educated because I always tell people that any misconception I have too many forums, and then you continue to make those misconceptions. So whatever we could do to really understand, like if we hear something that we have access to you and to your group to be able to say, can you help us answer these questions? Because we do get phone calls, we get, they assume, that we have a closer or more of authority over the judiciary, which it isn't. It should be independent. But we do get a lot of comments, and then we sort of either sit on them or we don't express them to you. So that would help a lot, that we would have a, contact. I know Judge Hugh, you and I sat down, and that was really good that we could continue that kind of a relationship where we would have sort of, you guys have a place at the table with us, and we have a place at the table with you guys. So whatever that means, I know in the discussions we've had with the commissioners, I don't think anybody would not welcome something a little bit more formal, where we sit down on a regular basis and then we look at things together. I'm looking forward to the idea of looking at the jury, because that's sort of that process. We get criticized a lot because they see a lot of people there. We get calls about how long they stand in line or they stand waiting to go to jury. And so I think if they see us working together and then we're helping each other, I think it would be, a great situation for us. Whatever that is, I guess we have to define.
Well, I think just informally, I'm very pleased. I'm happy to share these. This is the beginning of the conversation. I hope not the end. So if there's something that you're interested in, a particular project, we can walk you through what the timeline is supposed to be, what the steps are that we expect to have to take. And we have put timelines to each of these, and they have to be flexible because as a court administrator, you have emergencies and things, or you have new projects and new demands that come up. But this helps us keep the eye on the prize. And even if we might be a little bit late in delivery, we're still heading in that direction. But again, we get calls too. And it's fortunately, as an attorney and with some 25, 30 years experience in court administration, I'm used to talking with people about what Judge Chu talked about earlier, which is you just can't, a court is not a court is not a court. They all have different staff. There are different, if you're a criminal court, you have a different assistant district attorney who has different practices. So each court is like a department or an agency unto itself and has its own unique jurisdiction, staff, and methods to try and get their job done.
And the fact that you're utilizing, best practices and things like high performance, you hardly ever hear that within the other counties of the judicial, that you're talking about high performance and indicators and governance. And but I think we need each other, and we need to know what the left hand is doing, right, or left and right hand. For example, the diversion. I was thinking this morning, we talked a lot about diversion, but it doesn't stop at the jail, right? Because you can also help to identify mental health issues. You can help to identify that somebody needs treatment, because the idea is, not bring them back, right?
Right.
But sometimes I think we feel like it's at the jail point. Hope they don't come back to jail, but then after they go through your process, you still have an opportunity to assess, to look at them and see if there's something that you could identify that we're doing at this site. And the identification of mental health, sometimes it's so subtle, we don't catch it, but maybe you catch it in the courtroom, and then maybe we can use treatment so that they don't come back.
Right.
So I think that this working together on anything we're doing on the jail side should be something that you understand what we're doing. We're trying to get lower recidivism. You're going to be a huge part of that
Well,
process.
Judge Trejo has been calling virtually monthly, not every month, but virtually monthly meetings to talk about jail reform. That's tracking alongside the work. CJC is a part of those meetings, but that's tracking alongside some of the efforts with the studies and things like that. But we've been working very hard to understand, and it's a little bit like reading tea leaves at this point, but where we need to go. And with the efforts of people like Judge Trejo, Judge Hamilton, who's our chief magistrate, and the other folks from county attorneys, we're able to at least plan to meet what those requirements will be. So there's been a lot of cooperative work, planning, brainstorming that's been going on already. Again, tracking alongside the work that Dr. Fabello's doing. In fact, we're meeting with him tomorrow, judges.
That's great. Yeah. I sort of wanted for you guys to come in when he was presenting, like, listen to this, but yeah, I'm glad that you do have access to him, because he talked a lot of different things, even the jargon. He doesn't like to use the word reform, for example. That sort of like saying that we haven't done a good job, which we have done a good job. Now we need to do better. So, well, I thank just being here and listening to this, and that we share our ideas, that's very comforting, because we have a big challenge in anything that we do to improve our jails and improve the number of people that come back.
So that's what makes this job fun. There's always a new thing to do.
Commissioner Pitts.
No, I just want to say, I really want to commend everybody in the judiciary for undertaking this process. I know when the commissioners first did strategic planning, it was very helpful for us, and it's evolved since the first time that we've done it. And it's just led to better outcomes, better decision making, better information. And so I really commend you all for going through this process. I hope you all had a high participation rate. I know that's always something that's challenging, but nonetheless, going through the process is a huge step. And tracking the performance of each one of these things is also very important. We're entering, I think, a very concerning time for local governments. The state really clamped down on us really hard this legislative session. The revenue caps at 3.5% was a surprise to a lot of us. I never would have imagined that the state would have imposed such a strict revenue cap. Here we've tried to be responsible with our tax rate. We haven't raised it in 5 years. Last year we decreased it a little bit, but yet we still get blamed for the high property values. So there's a great level of uncertainty in terms of how this revenue cap is going to impact us. And the administration of justice, as we heard today earlier from our budget presentation, is such a huge part of our budget. But not only that, but you all have such an impact on other parts of how this county functions, particularly when it comes to public safety and the jail. So really taking the leadership that you all are to ensure that we're being as efficient as possible and administering justice in the best way that's for our citizens is a good thing. So I really applaud you all for undertaking this process.
Thank you.
Commissioner Robinson, comments?
Yes, just thank you for your presentation, and I look forward to working with you, how we can better improve the system.
Thank you. If we can follow up with you in any way, let us know.
Yes, no, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good.
Okay, Judge, Commissioners, so we've done all items except for item number 9. That one we will move to the special meeting for economic development.
Excellent.
And if that's okay with all of you,
Excellent.
since I know we'll be losing quorum shortly. So with that, we don't have any other items.
Thank you.
I'll just go ahead and read number 9 into the record.
Sure.
Item number 9, receive a presentation and overview of the Economic Development Department. No action for item number 9, and this completes all the items on the agenda, Judge.
Okay. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
This completes today's meeting at 2:52 p.m.